morning. Welcome to GitHub Universe. Today, we are going to walk you through how we use GitHub at GitHub, and along the way, show you some of the really cool new features we've been building. Let's check it out. I start my morning with the GitHub mobile app. I check out my notifications, and I catch up with my favorite communities. GitHub Discussions makes this so easy. We announced it a few months ago as a great place for Q&A and open-ended conversations, and today we're announcing that every open source community can try GitHub Discussions with our new public beta. Just head to your repo settings and turn it on right now. We've learned a ton from the communities that have already been using Discussions, and we've added some great new features like customizable categories and native support in our mobile apps. It's awesome. Oh, this is a really interesting idea that came from the community. I actually think we should work on this. So I am just gonna @mention Ryan to see if he can figure it out.
Hey Leo, check this out. Nat just pinged us. Huh, that is a great idea. Let's open an issue and get started. Discussions is where your community has open conversations or asks questions or just hangs out. The issues is where you go to plan and track the work that has to get done. Maintainers always tell us that if you're gonna have a healthy project, it's crucial to separate the work that's happening on that project from your community's conversations. That's why we created GitHub Discussions and GitHub Issues. Issues has all the project management tools like boards, labels, assignees, and anything else you need to share, plan, and prioritize across GitHub. All right, I need to loop in Neha. She is the animation expert on the team. Let's mention her and see if she can help. Hope she's not too busy. All right, Leo, gotta run. Text me if you need anything.
Ryan. All right, I think Ryan wants some help coding up animation. Let's take a look at the issue. With the new GitHub CLI, not only can I read issues from the command line, but I can also clone repos and work with pull requests and more. It looks like we need to add P5.js to animate some of our SVG-based octocats, but it isn't in our dependencies yet. Let's add it real quick. We're just getting started, but I like to open a pull request on my first commit and mark it as draft so that the squad knows that it's time to get in formation. Looking at the PR, we can see that there's some new dependencies to power these animations. We should give them a once-over. That's super easy with our upcoming dependency review tool that's built into pull requests. It automatically surfaces security vulnerabilities and helpful information about the added dependencies when you preview the package JSON. I see we're pulling in a couple of libraries that have vulnerabilities, so I'll need to update these to the patched versions before we merge this. P5.js is a key dependency for animating these octocats, and we want it to be something we can depend on for years to come. So why don't we invest in it, yeah? Let's look at the repo. Yes, we can fund them with GitHub sponsors. I'm busy coding though, so I'm gonna delegate this up. Let's ask Nat to help out with this.
Now, a word about GitHub sponsors.
With GitHub sponsors, you can fund the open source projects you depend on and the developers you admire. GitHub sponsors has already been a game changer for developers, including some who've been able to quit their jobs and go full-time as professional open source developers. They don't work for any single company, they work for the internet. Now, We want open source to thrive for years to come, and given that every company in the world now depends on us, we know our community can do more. So starting today, companies can sponsor projects and developers through their existing billing relationship with GitHub. So let's sponsor this project. Leading companies from around the world have already joined us in supporting open source maintainers through GitHub sponsors. All right, I'll let Neha know we've done it. And now it's time for lunch.
Now that we're sponsoring P5JS, I'm even more excited to use it in our project, which means that this PR is ready to go. Let's mark it as ready for review to kick off the code review process. Since we have a code owners file in our repo, GitHub automatically assigns and notifies the team members to review the changes. The team can leave comments and even suggest changes for me. And now for the coolest part. Manually merging a pull request is nice and all, but how about we let the robots do the work here? Check out rules are met, your change is approved, and your checks are green. GitHub can automatically merge your pull request for you. Just tell GitHub how you want to merge with a commit, rebase, or squash, and we'll make it happen. I just need to rely on one more human, and that human is Ryan. Where is Ryan anyway?
Whoa, it looks like Neha cranked this out already. Let's check out the pull request to give it an approval so we can ship it. With GitHub Mobile, not only do I get push notifications for things like comments, but I can keep working on any of my repositories no matter where I am. Let's jump to Neha's pull request and take a look. With UI changes like this, sometimes it's hard to know if everything's working just by looking at the diff. Sometimes I actually need to run the app to see the changes. This calls for a Codespace. GitHub Codespaces environment right in my browser, even on an iPad. It's like an infinite dev box configured in code. And since Codespaces is built on top of Visual Studio Code, it gives us a fully featured editor right in my browser, complete with built-in terminal access and shell access. While my application is running on a container at GitHub, I can securely connect to it right from my browser. Whoa. Let's fix it real quick. Now I can just commit and push this change right from my Codespace.
Yeah, I'm gonna snooze that notification. Brian's got my back because he's doing deploys today.
Notification. Yo, I love getting a good notification. When we're building software, we turn to GitHub Actions. As you can see, we already have Actions up and running in our repo for pull requests and CodeQL automatically looking for security vulnerabilities. With our tests all green, I think it's time to kick off this deployment. GitHub Actions is so much more than CI. It can react to any GitHub event to manually trigger a deployment. Let's start by publishing a new release. As soon as our release is published, our deploy workflow is automatically triggered. So let's take a closer look at these two new legit features, starting with our new Workflow Actions Visualizer. This new UI is looking fresh. You can see exactly what's happening in your workflow, how steps and jobs relate, and even what state they're in. For example, here we're running the final minification and bundling steps in parallel while regenerating our project's document to pull out the staging. Now we're ready to talk about the final workflow step. Also new to GitHub Actions is the ability to require manual approvals for action workflows. You can set protection rules and give each environment dedicated secrets. That means you can make shipping painless while also making sure authorized team members can deploy to production. Staging is looking legit and everything's looking hella green. So I'm gonna approve this deployment to go to our production environment. And with that, our deployment is live. GitHub Actions is becoming more powerful by the minute. And with over 6,000 open source actions in the GitHub marketplace, you can build and automate just about anything. Real talk, you could even order a pizza. Yo, this is legit. Let's tell the community this is crispy.
Tens of millions of developers use GitHub, but so do hundreds of thousands of companies, including some of the biggest in the world. For those users, we've been hard at work adding all the new features you saw today to GitHub Enterprise Server, so you get all the power of the best teams in the world running on your company's network. That includes GitHub Actions, packages, code scanning, and support for the native GitHub mobile apps. All of this is available in a major new release we call GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0. This is the biggest release we've done of GitHub Enterprise Server in years. Okay, that was an awesome day. The team went from an idea that came from our community all the way to production using discussions, issues, the new CLI, our native mobile apps, Codespaces, pull requests, code review, branch protection, continuous deployment, advanced security scanning tools. You saw it all. At GitHub, the thing we care about the most in the world is developer experience. So whether you're an open source developer, you work at a company, or you're a student just getting started, our job is to make it easier for you to build amazing things. That's why we're here. So we hope you enjoy the conference, and we'll see you soon. What a day.
So bright.
Hey Nat, you're up late.
Hey Diana, sorry to bother you, but it is just so bright. Mode.
It's been ready for ages.
You're waiting on me? Oh man, it must have been the time zone. Sorry if I missed your message.
Yeah, because it's like 19 hours difference between San Francisco and Sydney. This has been ready for 6 months.
Oh, do you think you could resend the approval to me?
Yeah, let me quickly deploy it for you.
What was that?
Are you okay?
Is it real? It's awesome.
In the words of the immortal John Oliver, welcome, welcome, welcome to GitHub Universe 2020, the global developer event. I'm really excited to be here with you all as we dive into the really cool stuff going on in the world of GitHub. My name is Daniel Fagusio, and joining me here in the Enterprise channel over the next 3 days is our very own Divya. Hi, Divya.
Hi, Daniel, and
today?
hello and welcome everyone to GitHub Universe, our annual marquee event streaming straight in your office, drawing room, garden, wherever you are. I'm Divya Vaishnavi and so excited to be your host next 3 days. Welcome again. This is going to be so much fun, Daniel, isn't it? Tell us, where are you right now?
So Divya, I'm not broadcasting out of some kind of great white void. I'm actually in my home office. I live in the Blue Mountains, a little west of Sydney, Australia. Now, I've been with GitHub for about 5 years, and one of the many roles I've had is a senior solutions engineer for APAC. And that job usually takes me all over the region, right? From South Korea all the way down to Tassie, from India and China all the way across to New Zealand. But, 2020. So for now, you get to see me kind of work out of my den of Star Wars toys. In fact, my Lego Yoda Starfighter, it's fantastic, right? It's got all these bendy bits, and look, here's Yoda, and oh, wait, look, I'm getting a note from my stage manager to say I've got to keep moving. So maybe tell us a little bit about yourself, Divya.
I'm so delighted to see your toys, Daniel. Love them. So coming to myself, I'm based in Hyderabad, India. So namaste, all of you joining in from India. Daniel, I have to travel so much. I've always wanted to be in Australia, but haven't been able to do so yet.
Oh, look, that's not fair for you, Divya. We're going to have to figure out something there. Look, I've been able to get to India a few times. In fact, I got out of India literally just before they shut down the airports because, COVID. So, but Divya, what's your role at GitHub?
Okay, I agree. I digressed. So coming back to me, I'm Director of Product at GitHub Education. And I love that at GitHub, we're able to give students all that they need to develop their best code and help teachers with software programming. Daniel, this is my first year at GitHub. Past few years, I've attended Universe and always admired and adored it. And I love Mona, the Octocat. It's just so cool. So being here with you all and hosting Universe is so special to me.
Oh, wow, this is your first year at GitHub. What a way to kick off your hosting career here. Look, I'm super excited to be with you here, Divya, and with everybody tuning in. It's going to be a fantastic event. Now, our previous virtual event was Satellite, and that was just absolutely awesome. But this is the first time we've produced something as big as Universe virtually. It's our marquee product and community event. So for us, this is a massive undertaking. But speaking of Universe, because that's what we're all here for, what can you tell us about the event this year, Divya?
So we've got a ton of great guest talks coming for you over the next 3 days. But before we go any further, can we just talk about the keynote? Oh my God, what a, can I say performance was it? Drama, humor, new features, a complete look at GitHub of how we use GitHub. And the enterprise server, I'm sure all of you industry leaders doing this right now in the enterprise channel are just excited about the new toy on the shelf, isn't it? I love the auto merge as well. This is going to save so much time, especially in the scenario of world teams. Like for a person like me now, when I would wake up and start my day, my pending PR would not only be approved, it would be merged. And if I have my action set up right, even deployed. Wow. Such a big bag of goodies just announced for all of us. And before I forget, the dark mode. Oh my God. That's the first thing I'm going to play with. What did you like, Daniel?
Oh, look, the whole keynote. Dark mode, Divya. I never need to be afraid of coding after dark and hurting my eyesight from a super bright web page again. I've been flying the staff ship now for a few weeks, and it's pretty spectacular. It synchronizes with my system's automatic dark mode settings and everything. You know, so much work went into dark mode. We didn't just skin it or invert some colors. We actually engineered a whole new display engine for GitHub. And we hope that it's a joy to work with and it's super accessible. And I also know that Actions and Packages is finally making it to GitHub Enterprise Server. And that's going to make a lot of you on this channel super, super happy. And I know that a lot of you don't even work for GitHub, right? So to be honest, I thought the whole keynote was fantastic. Now, folks, we've never actually done anything like that before. So we'd love to know what you, the audience, think about this. So, let us know on Twitter. Use the hashtag GitHub Universe. Tell us what you thought about the keynote, what you're most excited about for Universe, or even if you noticed any little Octocat Easter eggs in the background. So let's get back to these next 3 days, Divya. What's actually going to happen?
Okay, so let's talk about the next 3 days and what do we have in store for you. Like GitHub, this is a global event with speakers and hosts broadcasting from 5 continents around the world, 2 right here, right now. And for our global developer base, for the first time, we have this APAC broadcast to suit your time zones. Isn't that awesome, Daniel?
Actually, I'm kind of stoked having local APAC-based folks such as Divya and myself guiding you through the event. And this time around, to make it easier for you to find the content that's most relevant to you, we actually have 4 channels based on your interests. We have the Enterprise channel, which is where you are now, and that's where we're going to talk about things like transformation and security and scalability and productivity. We have the Developer channel for open source contributors and maintainers and developers looking to understand, the latest software tools, techniques, and best practices. We also have the University. Oh, I just realized what we did there. University. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Anyway, you can hop over to the University channel to learn from hiring managers and campus and industry leaders on how to and build and expand on your technical communities. Actually, when I was at university back in medieval times, we never had source control management. It was all multiple named source code files, source.cc, .v1, v2, etc. And we had no worldwide communities to engage in. So what students get access to today, it just blows me away. But anyway, I digress. The 4th channel is Play, an entire channel dedicated to inspiring and entertaining sessions that push the boundaries of code. Now, please give them a look. We don't mind, you can come back here anytime you like. Switch channels, tune in, turn on, turn off, explode. It doesn't matter. Just come back here when you're ready and check things out. But how can our audience, switch to these other channels, Divya?
So if you're viewing this on githubuniverse.com, you can easily change channels by selecting the topic that interests you on the top of the page. As Daniel mentioned, feel free to pop in, pop out, and visit other channels. Make content based on what you want to learn, get inspired from, and just enjoy. Just one heads up though, when you switch over and each channel will be muted. So there's great throughout the week, and you will be in great hands with our colleagues Michelle and Karan on the developer channel. And given I'm from education, a bigger shout out to the university channel. All students and teachers, go check it out. So coming to today, it's day 1 of 3, and we are featuring 5 hours of content each day. To further help you navigate and hone in on the sessions, most important to you, each channel actually has a specific theme or focus for the day. Here in the Enterprise channel today, the theme is secure development. Tomorrow, we have DevOps, and day 3 is all about developer experiences. And remember, the themes change from channel to channel too. Daniel, do you want to show how folks can create the schedule?
Sure. So folks, don't forget that session scheduling, including the daily themes for all channels, is available on githubuniverse.com/schedule. Now, here's a schedule I built so that you can see how it works. You can build your own schedule by favoriting sessions or saving notifications to your calendar. When it's ready, you can share your schedule with the rest of the world. We want you to create your universe the way that's best for you. And if you can't stay with us all day, that's fine. We will be posting on-demand streams here at githubuniverse.com, starting about 24 hours after each session. But Divya, for our friends joining us live, how can they interact with this massive event?
Don't worry, Daniel, we have everything sorted. So GitHub piloted with discussions at GitHub Satellite, and it worked great. Use it as a platform to engage with each other and to engage with us. If you're not an active discussion user, I'm excited for you to jump in and see what's new. You can open up discussions for any relevant and on-topic conversations you want to have. Subject matter experts, speakers, and of course, the community you will be engaging during these sessions. So go to githubuniverse.com/discussions and join the conversation. Daniel and I will be taking your questions for speaker Q&A directly from discussions for most sessions.
So be sure to check out the More tab here on githubuniverse.com. And there's a lot more. There's a swag shop, so much swag, right? You can even customize an Octocat and get your very own custom Octocat stickers.
You know what, Daniel? I am way ahead of you. I've generated my own Octocat. Check it out. It's called Devatocat. And she's hanging out on my Twitter feed. So go ahead, folks, create your own and share with the world. You can actually also get your Octocat, your own Octocat, printed on some very sweet gear. Sweatshirt. Sky is the limit. So next week when we meet, a Devatocat t-shirt.
Oh, wow, that is so cool. And now I am super jealous. In fact, I'm going to go create one during our first break. Now, this reminds me, I also want to give a quick shout out to all the producers who are looking after us hosts. They sent us some awesome swag, including a ton of coffee and popcorn and chocolate. In fact, I joined Mish in chat yesterday as she streamed an unboxing on her Twitch channel yesterday. So if you see me super caffeinated at all over the next couple of days, you're going to know why. And also super thanks to Kaysen, our stage manager. Now, folks, if you want to connect, the More tab's got you covered. Become part of our global community. Engage on a more intimate level through those orbital events.
And it's also a place to sign up for those workshops we've been talking about. So if you have a question about Universe as well, it's probably answered under the More link. Is that all, Daniel?
I think that's about all the housekeeping I can remember for now before we jump into today's programming. Now, as Divya said earlier, our theme for today is secure development. So what's our plan for today, Divya?
Okay, so the first session in the enterprise channel is an overview of Codespaces, followed by security is a feature, and then moving your enterprise to the cloud. Or visit the developer channel and check out catching vulnerabilities early with GitHub, followed by a deeper dive into Codespaces and the Metasploit framework.
Oh, wait, I almost forgot. Before we get started, Divya, I do want to say thanks to a special group of folks. They are the companies that have come on board to sponsor GitHub Universe this year. It's taken the time to create some awesome demos and giveaways, and they just want to help even deeper. So please check them out by clicking on the sponsors link above or head over to githubuniverse.com/sponsors. All right, let's jump into our program. So here is our first session. It's that overview of Codespaces that you mentioned earlier, Divya. It's called Welcome to Codespaces. And there's also a deep dive on the dev channel at about 11:45 a.m. India time, say about an hour from now. So tell us about our speakers, Divya.
So joining and sharing all about Codespaces are two product managers from GitHub, Bailey Brooks and Matthew Isabel. Bailey, like I said, is a product manager on GitHub Codespaces, loves video games, and actually has a dog named Atari. Matthew Isabel is also a product manager at GitHub. I had the pleasure of working with him in my previous roles and know he loves to think about the future of writing, debugging, and shipping code. And that's exactly what he's doing at GitHub too. Remember, folks, engage with us on discussions. That's where you can connect with Bailey, you can connect with Matthew, and the other subject matter experts from GitHub. We, Daniel and I, will take questions from there and bring to Bailey and Matthew for the live Q&A. Also remember, folks, don't forget to rate the session. We really value your feedback. Find the yellow star next to the join discussion on the bottom of this page and share how did you feel about it. So over to you, Bailey and Matthew.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bailey. I'm here with Matthew, and we're both product managers on GitHub Codespaces. Earlier this year, we announced GitHub Codespaces at Satellite, and the excitement from the community was overwhelming, to say the least. It was amazing just how excited the community was. to be able to have a cloud dev environment. So you can go to github.com to a running code without any setup or configuration. Since May, the team has put in a ton of work in order to really continue delivering on that vision of cloud-based development that feels fast and lets you contribute projects faster than ever. No more cloning and setting it up on your local machine. We've also added thousands of people to the beta and received great feedback from our early adopters. We're excited to share this product with you. Or maybe you just hear my voice from a browser tab that you left running from the keynote. What we're going to do today is a bit of what's new, what's coming, and why Codespaces continues to be so exciting to so many people. GitHub Codespaces are instant cloud developer environments. Codespaces provide you with a machine you can access through a browser or your IDE, where you can write, run, debug, test, commit, and push your code from, which leads us to an important question. Why should anyone care? There's a lot of hardware out there on a machine that you. So Codespaces. The goal for most of us is to write great code that ships value to our customers, the open source community, ourselves, whoever that audience is. The goal is not to spend your time doing local dev environment management, although it can consume a lot of your time and it may not be your job. Your company might have a person or a team where this is such a problem that it's become their job. And hopefully you're not managing Python. But it's just an example to say code and be able to write it fast. Writing great code should be about doing just that, and not the periphery of machine management that surrounds it. Codespaces are available anywhere you can connect from. I don't have to worry about a machine in my office or at my house who lives. It's all just available and easy to access anywhere that I can get to a browser. We have local machines that are great for Slack, Zoom, Spotify, and whatever other apps we want to use. But there is something very compelling about developing in an environment that is consistent and managed, portable and shareable, has high reproducibility, and is accessible anywhere. We know people are excited. We've added thousands of users and received tons of feedback, and we're working to continue improving the product, really with an emphasis on making it fast. So we'll continue to expand the beta and then target a GA in the spring or summer period. And now I'm going to hand it over to Matthew, and he'll walk us through a demo.
So we're going to start here on the repo landing page. And this is a page that I love. Like, it's a page of so much possibility. Every new project you come across, you're probably starting on the repo landing page. And there's so much information here. There's so much density of information. You have the code, you have the contributors, you have a README. There's just so much to absorb here. And again, this page is like so exciting. We're talking about it, thinking about learning a new language the first time I came across a really exciting project, or something I potentially want to pull into a project I'm working on, and I get to the repo landing page. It's just so exciting to come here and want to explore this project. Maybe it's my first day on a new team, and this is kind of my first exposure to the project, the code, the README, how it works. My only problem is, like, sometimes this page can feel a little bit like a wall. It can feel so much information here. There is a README, and sometimes that README is really dense and explains a ton about the project. And maybe there's a lot of configuration and setup. Or other times, maybe the README is really shallow. Maybe it's just been one or two people collaborating on a product, and they really haven't evolved it into a really robust README yet. And while this can sometimes feel like a bit of a wall just because there's so much here, what this page should really feel like is like a door. It should feel like a door to connect to this amazing project you want to get started with. And that's really where Codespaces comes in. And the way we get to Codespaces is right from this page. We can go to the code button, and right inside this dropdown, we can open this project inside of a Codespace. So let's go ahead and do that and talk about what's happening and what that offers us for this project. So I've created this code space. I was using it pretty recently, and I'm going to jump in and just resume an existing code space. So you'll see we connect here in what feels and really is VS Code, and it's VS Code in the browser. And for me personally, this feels a lot like home. And the reason is because I use the GitHub Dark theme, and this is using the GitHub Dark theme. But if I had another theme, I could have that set up and synced across my code spaces as well. You can see I have my custom, and my dot files are synced over automatically. So I really have everything like I'm developing locally. You'll even see there are some extensions that aren't standard here, that don't come automatically out of the box. So I'm also able to bring in the extensions that I'm used to, that I like to work with, and use them all inside of the browser for this code space. So this is awesome. Like I have an editor in the cloud. It is VS Code, but it's not just an editor, right? So what that means is we can go to the terminal here, and we can go ahead and run our app. And you'll see our app ran. It says it's running on localhost 3000. And you'll see I got this toast that says my service is running on port 3000 and it's available. So let's go ahead and open this in the browser. So what's going to happen here is we're going to connect to a forwarded port from this code space, and it's going to load our app. See, I have this app called Haikus for Mona that Martin was just talking about. And I have little haikus that we've written about some of these Octocats. And this is really cool. I'm running a Node app. It has a Postgres database backing it. It's not super complex, but I'm able to get the full app running with a container for my web service and with a container for my database. And I can interact with it. I can do everything I would do to build this app, forward it on securely to me. So let's go back. And that's pretty cool. Like we're able to run our server. We could see a change. We could see that update in real time with live reload. And that's great. But we also, again, have VS Code here. So we can do more than just run our app. We can debug our app. So let's go ahead and run this app with our debugger attached. So you'll see we have the app, our port 10. And what we're going to do here is let's just set a breakpoint. So I'm going to create a little bit more space here. And as I said, this is a pretty basic Node Express app. And we have some endpoints that are defined here. And we have this endpoint for the heart experience. So I can go ahead and heart something and like it, and the counter goes up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a breakpoint right here. And we can jump right back into our code or our live running app. I'm going to go start button. And you'll see up here, we hit our breakpoint. So we can jump over here, look at the request that came in here. We can step through this function. This is super powerful. I'm able to, run a full debugger of my app in the browser. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to stop the debugger for a second. And I think we need to talk about how is this working? Like, how did we even get to the point where I'm running this multi-container app and debugging it? And the way is, so you'll see up top, I have a dev container, and then we have this JSON file. So let's click in here and check this out. So what this really does is provides an instruction set for how to go ahead and create my code space and what configuration I really want to bring with it. So what you'll see here is we have our app, and I'm referencing a Docker Compose. I have some forwarded ports. I'm able to bring in using Bash, so that's brought in automatically. It's really cool. And it's check out this Docker Compose I just referenced, and you'll see I have two services here. I have a web service, and that depends on my database service. So we'll go ahead and we'll collapse the web service, and you can see I have my Postgres database. So when we actually go ahead and we create this code space, you have, your web service in a container, you have your database in a container, and then we're connected to that, and we're doing all of our development with these here. And let's continue to walk through this dev container. So we have a post create command. So basically I'm saying, hey, when you go ahead and create my code space, I want you to do my npm install for me. And then this last part is super cool. So I can load in extensions. And the great part about this, again, is this is config as code. This lives in the repo. So when I put these extensions in here for the project, it means not only I get the benefit of having these things, but my team does. So we take something like, which is a tool, and maybe I have a style guide for my team, and I want everyone to be able to use that same style guide. If we open it in a code space, it's preloaded there. It can be set up with our style guide. So right now I haven't, I think, finished configuring it. So if we actually did an extends here, and then we did ESLint recommended, we can go ahead and you actually see my index file is now ready. And if we went back into our terminal, you'll see assignments I did. And I have some assignments that I'm actually not using, and they're just sitting here in the project. So I haven't really finished my refactor, but it's things like this that ESLint can catch for me. And I can just standardize this across everyone in this project. So the code comes out really uniform, and I love that. So let's keep walking this file. And what you'll see inside of here is I also have this SQL Tools extension that I love. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to demo this really fast. And what it lets me do is it lets me connect to my Postgres database. I can even run a query over that Postgres database to see what we're looking at. So we'll connect here, and you'll see this port 5432 is our Postgres database. We'll go ahead and we'll connect. And I'm really given this empty file. And what I can do here is I can just do a select star, and let's look at all of our haikus. And we're going to run this on our active. The 5 haikus that we saw on here that are from our database are all showing up with this SQL Tools extension. And I can run this query. I could run a script in this SQL Tools extension. This is super powerful. And this is what I love about VS Code. It is so extensible. I can do so many things with the power of what's available in the marketplace. And I can bring that into my code space. So this is super exciting. What I'm going to go ahead and do now is I'm actually going to make a simple change. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to close out of these files. Let's go back to our index. We're not using these, so we can get rid of those if we want. We're also getting some other things from ESLint where it's telling me I have other values. I'm not error handling. There's a lot to be desired with the code that's been written so far in terms of the API and endpoints. I can see at the bottom here I've hard coded port 3000, which I probably shouldn't do. Go ahead and fix that up as well. Let's make this a template. And now I'm going to go back to my terminal, make sure that that still prints out as I expected. I get my forwarded port. Awesome. Everything looks great. And now if we wanted to, we could go in here, we could make our commits and push them to our repo. And this is like an awesome end-to-end, right? We started our repo landing page. We opened ESLint. We were able to look at our database. We're able to make a change. And now we could push that back all from the browser. And this is awesome for quick changes. It's awesome for my iPad. I think Ryan demoed Codespaces in the iPad in the keynote. And that's like spectacular. I love to be able to do all of these things on the go and not worry about where the code is living, where the latest code is. The power of my local machine is not relevant. I'm able to connect to an even more powerful machine in the cloud. But I also spend time using VS Code locally. And I want to go from VS Code and connect to my code space. And I can do just that. So let's go to VS Code. And I'm actually going to go to the Remote Explorer. And I've installed the Codespaces extension. And what I'm able to do from here is I can connect to this Codespace from VS Code. So what's going to happen in a second, it's going to set up our connection. And then we're going to have our entire in just the state that it was, right? Because we're connected to that remote machine. So you can see my changes are here. And I can go ahead, and if we want to make our commits from here, updates for live demo, we can go ahead and make our changes. Everything looks good. And let's go ahead and push them. So I'm going to go ahead and push. And now our changes are back on our repo. So if I go back to the web, we can see this full end-to-end. I'm going to use the command line with this nifty little trick to go back to the repo. And you'll see updates for live demo. Here's our commit. You'll see that it kicked off GitHub Actions. So it's now running my tests. And we did all of this from the Codespace. Again, we started in the web. We opened our Codespace, our debugger. We set up ESLint, SQL Tools extension. We went down to the desktop, connected from VS Code. And then we went ahead and we pushed our changes, and we were able to kick off GitHub Actions. So all of this just from a Codespace. I didn't have to do any machine configuration. It doesn't matter what else is running on my machine, what is competing for resources, how much CPU or RAM I have. I'm able to space. To see what Codespaces can do, I'm going to switch out of screen share. And I also want to plug, if I may, really quickly. Allison is doing a talk. Allison is our teammate, and it's on the developer stream. So after this, if you want to see an even deeper dive, some tips and tricks, some additional functionality I wasn't able to cover in this, if you jump to the developer, you can see Allison's talk, and it'll be over there. The last thing I want to do is just say, like, thank you so much, one, to the team that is building this, that is in discussions now. You can just go ahead and talk to the team in discussions. Like they're like coding celebrities. You can just talk to the real people that are building this. You can talk to us on GitHub community as well. So definitely engage with us there. In addition to that, thanks, a huge thanks to the team, a huge thanks to Bailey, everyone involved in the production here. Everyone in the beta want to get into the beta. We are going to be adding more and more folks as we target our GA. But those that have given feedback, those that have tweeted us, those that have had put things in the community, it's been spectacular. Like the engagement has been incredible, as Bailey said, from the moment we debuted this at Satellite. And it's so special to work on this project because there is so much excitement, and it's really because of the people that are excited about VS Code, the people that are excited about this. So thank you so much for trying the beta. And that's our demo. So I can't wait to kind of see some of the questions that y'all have.
Thanks, Bailey and Matthew. That was awesome. I think Codespaces is going to be a game changer for every developer in the world. Remember, folks, rate us, rate the session, tell us how did you feel about it. And now it's time for Q&A. Bailey, the first question is for you. What's the roadmap looking like? Like, what are the new things you folks are working on?
We have a lot of exciting features that we've been working on throughout the beta for Codespaces. Of course, we hear so much feedback, and so we try to incorporate it and really prioritize it based on what our users are needing the most. Some of the things that we're really excited to share soon, we don't have specific dates, but we are building out secrets support. So we'll be able to set secrets for your Codespaces at the user, repository, and organization level. It will kind of be similar to the Actions secrets experience that you experienced today. We're also working really hard on the organization support So, how can we support these larger enterprises and smaller organizations to do their best work with Codespaces? Performance, as I think we said like a million times in our talk, is top of mind. We're trying to make it as fast as possible. So reliability kind of goes hand in hand with that. Those I would say are the most exciting things to me.
I think that was a really good list. I think the only things I might add are like the whole process when I kind of showed in that demo, having a dev container, setting up a dev container, getting your configuration set up the way that you want it is a process that we just want to make easier. We want to make it smoother. We want to have a really compelling onboarding experience. So if you've used Codespaces today, you'll notice there are a set of sample dev containers. If you look through the docs, I think those are a great starting point, but we really want to get into the product, a really compelling rebuild of your container experience. Really a way for you to be able to tweak that and kind of get to the dev container you want and have that configuration you're looking for and make that super fast, as Bailey said. So I think that's really one super exciting thing on the roadmap. It's just like, how can we make more people have that really great developer experience faster and be able to configure it and change things? But I think that list was excellent. Performance, of course, and yeah, a lot of exciting things coming, especially, even by the end of this year for folks in the beta, and then, over the next quarter, a lot of those things will start to light up.
Awesome, great. Hey, Matthew, I've got a question for you. Can I use Codespaces from VS Code? Can I bring that over? And what is that experience like?
Yeah, that was really the second part of that demo is being able to connect from VS Code. And I think in that demo, I did it while already inside of VS Code. I kind of, alt-tabbed over to VS Code or command-tabbed over. And if I install the GitHub Codespaces extension, that will just show all of my Codespaces once I sign in. I can connect to any of those Codespaces. I can create a Codespace from that extension. So I can really live, my whole development lifecycle, my Codespaces lifecycle in VS Code if I want to. But there's also a really cool experience where we just make that a little bit snappier on the web, and then you decide like, oh, I want to take this down to the desktop. There's just a little shortcut. There's a click in the bottom left, and you can say, open this in VS Code. So you can go from the web pretty seamlessly into the desktop experience as well. And I think this is something that, like, I don't think we had this actually at Satellite. It was something that was in development. And it's just really compelling for folks. And I still think there's a lot of people in the beta that when we've talked to them in interviews and things like that, like they haven't known about it. So it's definitely something to check out. You just have to install the GitHub Codespaces extension in VS Code, and you're kind of off and running with that.
Awesome. The next question for whoever wants to take it. So as all of you know, like VS Code is the most well-known editor and most used editor. The key, and people like personalize it with the extensions. So would all of VS Code and with all of those extensions work the same way in the browser as well?
Yes, I can take this one. Yeah, I mean, we pretty much packaged up VS Code and popped it into the browser. You should get the same experience that you have in your local installation, and that extends to the extensions, of course. We are working through a lot of work streams every day, making sure that we can support as many languages as possible and as many different experiences that we expect users to go through as possible. So if you do find any problems with your extensions, definitely reach out and let us know. But at this point, really all of the extensions that I believe the rest of the team is interacted with are really working the same way that they do in our local installations.
Yeah, I would definitely just a plus one. Yeah, I would definitely say that. I would say if you do have an extension, to Bailey's point, that isn't working or anything like that, we have a community forum. Definitely go to the community forum, let us know, and we can work with the extension authors, and we're working on our documentation to kind of the extension authors trying to make sure that their extensions are working in Codespaces.
Wow, that's Awesome.
We got anything else
Any other,
coming in on the
Daniel, any
discussions
questions you
channel?
have?
No, I haven't got anything else coming in from the discussions channel here. So look, thank you so much, Bailey and Matthew.
Thank you.
Thank you again for joining us and sharing all about this. So folks, if you didn't notice, speakers have included other links and reference material on the GitHub Universe website. Bailey and Matthew will be in discussions for the next 30 minutes, continuing to answer your questions. So go talk to them on discussions and get to know all more about Codespaces. Folks, so what's happening right now on the Dev channel is GitHub Codespaces Beyond the Basics. And on the Play channel is Exploring Generative Spaces, a quick start to generative art. Awesome. Like, that might be really inspiring. Going into the next session, it's actually pretty interesting and it's different. It's a panel discussion on YouTube DL maintainers and their impact. They're going to share all about maintainers' best practices. So join us for a panel discussion with two maintainers of the YouTube DL project and the Human Rights Watch who relies on the open source project. A quick note there, all of you watching, that out of respect for privacy, a couple of our panelists will be using audio only, but we really appreciate them joining us.
Sure. And I just want to give you a quick reminder that, all the videos of these sessions will be going online about, 24 hours, after they've aired here at githubuniverse.com. And don't forget to shout out on us at Twitter. Use that hashtag githubuniverse.com. It's going to be moderated by GitHub's Abby Vollmer, and she'll be leading this panel. And folks, remember to engage with us on discussions. And also don't forget to rate this session. We really value your feedback here. So find that yellow star next to the join discussion, at the bottom of this page. Okay, so now we're going to pass this across to our team.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining
Cool.
us. I'm
Sorry,
Abby
I blew that
Vollmer,
slightly.
Director of Platform Policy and Counsel at GitHub. We're here today to talk about the value of open source software featuring one of our popular projects, YouTube DL, which has 83,000 stars. As you may be aware, the GitHub Trust and Safety team recently reinstated the project after a Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA, takedown request. Developers build and ship software in a complex environment governed by laws and regulations. GitHub works hard to support open source and to fight for developers. So this reality really hit home recently with YouTube DL, and we're glad we were able to reinstate the project. Today, we'll be hearing from both maintainers and users about the project's beneficial uses and navigating the takedown with GitHub. Let's start by turning over to our speakers to quickly introduce themselves. Let's start with you, Sergey.
Thanks, Abby, and hello, everyone. My name is Sergey, and I'm a software development engineer, and in particular, core developer and maintainer of YouTube DL since 2016. For YouTube DL, I mostly do coding, code reviews, builds, releases, and support.
Great. Amin, would you like to go next?
Yes. Hi, I'm Mita Amin, a student and a core developer in YouTube DL for the last 5 years. And sometimes I do contribute in other related projects, such as multimedia libraries and players, and FFmpeg.
Great. And Gabby?
Hi, I'm Gabby. I work as the head of open source research at Human Rights Watch, an international NGO that investigates and reports on human rights abuses around the world. And you may have heard the word open source in my job title. So I just wanted to clear this up, that this relates to another kind of open source, which is open source information, information that's publicly available rather than open source software and hardware. However, I use a lot of work.
Great. So first things first, this question is for Sergey and Amin. I think our listeners would love to hear what it's like to maintain a project with so many users across multiple continents. Are there any key challenges, benefits, or advice you'd like to share? Let's start with Sergey.
First of all, I would like to briefly describe what actually YouTube DL is about for those who may never heard of it. Basically, YouTube DL is for download, is a media downloader with lots of options and wide range of supported sites. Yes, despite its name, it's not only for YouTube, but for the most popular media services like YouTube, Vimeo, and so on. As already mentioned by Abby, YouTube DL started back in 2006 by Ricardo Garcia, admittedly gained popularity quite shortly, and eventually moved its development to GitHub in around 2010. Since then, YouTube DL continued its growth and soon became a global collaboration with lots of contributors all around the globe and a worldwide community of users. Maintaining a project like that is not super hard, actually, but it's a great responsibility with very specific challenges. Most of such challenges came from the nature of YouTube DL itself. More specifically, it's all about a never-ending cat-mouse game between YouTube DL and its supported websites that constantly change and overtake. Simply speaking, once some websites' APIs changes, YouTube DL has to adapt to these changes and actually keep itself working. For example, when something changes at YouTube sites, YouTube DL has to overtake and implement fix for that to restore that functionality that just broke. For the most important sites like YouTube, the speed of such reaction is quite important, so that such breakages have to be fixed very fast. You may probably noticed many times when YouTube DL stops working for some reason, simply updating it magically fixes the problem. But there is actually no magic happens here, but rather someone have just written a patch and fixed version was released. Another quite important challenge is an overall project maintenance strategy under the limited manpower conditions. Being quite popular, YouTube DL receives an enormous number of issues and pull requests to deal with. So there is always a compromise for us on what features to fix as soon as possible and what we can delay or even not fix at all. What changes do we merge and not to merge yet, and so on. Reviewing the code is also a little bit harder comparing to regular software projects because besides actually reviewing and checking the code itself, we also have to inspect and check whether the extraction algorithm is correct or if it's possible to do better and so on. We also deal with answering issues and emails and do basic support all on our own. All of this brings us to another compromise on how to achieve maximum productivity, keeping the quality on decent level and minimize our efforts at the same time. All these challenges eventually come at solid experience you receive that is basically the main benefit as for developer. For me personally, developing YouTube DL boosted my skills significantly, especially on the early stages of involvement in YouTube DL. It's also a great responsibility. It's also a great opportunity for me to touch a lot of different areas like media delivery, internals of streaming protocols, reverse engineering, and many more. I would have probably never touched at my main job. So basically that's it. And now word to Amin. I'm pretty sure he has a lot to add.
Yeah, that was a really good point about websites constantly evolving their design and APIs, and so for tools that rely on those structures like YouTube DL, needing to keep up with those changes is really important. So I agree, your point about it's not just magic. Obviously, somebody needed to make a patch, and you guys work really hard to do that. Amin, we'd love to hear your perspective as well.
The challenge generally have to do with the time constraints and working with users. First, there is a huge number of requests and contributions and not enough time to keep up with all of it. Besides having other things to take care of and other projects I'm either working on. Also, users tend to forget that we're volunteers in the projects and they expect us to respond to every message, fulfill every request, and review every pull request, and so on. But this is simply not within our capability. Regular requests, if a code works, it does not mean it has to be merged, because it needs to meet certain criteria, such as adhering to the project's coding convention. On another note, there are certain parts of maintaining the code that I may be either not interested in or not good at. Things like documentation and code reviewing. So naturally, I tend to spend less time working on them. At any rate, there have been many positive aspects to working on the project, and also getting support and help from people all around the world, since the project was created 14 years ago. So I'd like to thank everyone who helped in any way. For the benefits I got working on YouTube DL, it's mainly that I got to acquire some experience and skills in software developer, as well as maintaining projects.
That's great. And I think the point you made about people forgetting that maintainers really is a common challenge across a lot of projects. And I can imagine for this one in particular, it's so popular. And you both mentioned how much, how many issues, pull requests, and this kind of thing you get. So again, thank you. Thanks everyone who's maintaining this project, and especially you two. Gabby, I'd be interested to know, how does Human Rights Watch use open source tools? And then more specifically, can you tell us how Human Rights Watch uses YouTube DL?
Absolutely. So as you can imagine, we work with a lot of sensitive data in our research into human rights abuses. And not, but even the fact that we're doing this research can be extremely sensitive. So that means that we have to be extremely careful about the tools that we use. So for instance, our researchers, I wouldn't recommend that they would use a closed source browser-based metadata viewer, for instance, where we didn't know who created it, what data is being collected, or how that data is being stored, and instead would suggest that they use a locally hosted EXIF metadata. And this is quite similar to how I also view video downloading software. And one of our key sources of data that we rely on are videos posted on social media websites and other websites recorded by witnesses and also perpetrators. And in order to analyze this video, we have to download an offline copy. This is because the content can be removed from platforms without any notice really quickly, because maybe the uploader removes it themselves or the platform would remove it. And also because we need an offline copy in order to analyze it. So I go frame by frame in videos looking for clues, and I need a locally hosted copy to do this. And also a locally hosted copy also is essential for me to apply strategies to reduce the impact of viewing distressing and graphic content, which really only work with an offline copy. So because of this, I use YouTube DL every day in my work. I use it to download content. I use the tool's functionality to download videos in the highest quality available. I use the batch. I download batches of videos. And because of security concerns, there's really no alternative to YouTube DL. And because of this, I've also started to train other researchers how to use it at Human Rights Watch. And they see the real need to learn how to use a tool like this because they've experienced too many times content being removed. And we have around 200 researchers based all over the world. And for many, this is the first time they've ever used a terminal. So it's also a really exciting entry tool to introduce to human rights researchers who are completely unfamiliar with a terminal. And because of this, I can then introduce other terminal-based tools. So yeah, this is how we use YouTube DL every day in our work. And I just want to echo the thanks for inviting us on this panel, and also for all the YouTube DL contributors who make this possible.
That's really fascinating, all of the ways that this tool in particular helps your work. And surprise there was the fact that you're able to use that to teach, the kind of the gateway to the terminal. That's a really cool side benefit for that. So I'm curious to know, I'm sure Sergey and Amin are also aware of some interesting applications of the code. So I'd be curious to know if you could share beyond this one that Gabby just explained about how Human Rights Watch uses the code. Are there other applications that might be interesting to discuss, Sergey?
Well, I think it's secret to no one that YouTube DL is used extensively in various software tools as a backend. It's used for archiving and making backups. It's used for offline watching in high quality on slow connections and many, many other typical applications. But I'd like to mention a couple of my favorite ones. The first one I especially like is using YouTube DL for educational purposes, for research and academic pursuits. As you might probably know, lots of researchers rely on large datasets processing and large media dataset processing in particular. Obtaining such, that's why many researchers use YouTube DL as a tool for that, as it allows to automate it easily. There were many researchers that used YouTube DL for that purpose, ranges from detection of pirated video re-uploads on YouTube to some recent and quite relevant researches on COVID-19. There is also another quite interesting application of YouTube DL I would like to share, and I actually learned about it not so long ago. I have got an email on that right after the takedown happened. I may be wrong on some details, but basically there is a special mobile-like device for rehabilitation of visually impaired. Among other features, this device affords gaining access to the information, for example, to listen audiobooks or listen audio of YouTube videos. So that obtaining of an audio URL by this device is powered by YouTube DL in the backend. So it's quite amazing how YouTube can be used in seemingly unexpected places and how it may have a social impact and significant, even in indirect fashion. There are way more beneficial uses of YouTube DL you may even imagine. And Amin will bring some other great examples for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be interested to hear. Amin, are there those are all really great examples. Amin, are there other ones that you might want to share?
What I found interesting among the application, it's used in some artificial intelligence to train models for application, including object recognition.
Also a really interesting application. Great. Well, now we've talked a bit about the project. I think it could be good to shift a bit to the reinstatement. I'd actually be interested to hear from all of you on this one. How did you navigate the takedown? Well, first, let's do it. Sergey and Amin, how did you navigate the takedown and reversal as maintainers of the project? Sergey.
Well, once I figured out the repository was taken down due to DMCA notice, I've sent an email to all the developers, including the former and inactive one, in order to cooperate and work out some strategy. Nobody of us dealt with DMCA previously, and moreover, most of us are not even under the US jurisdiction. So the most reasonable reaction at that point was to ask for some legal help outside. And that's how we ended up getting in touch with EFF. I'm sorry, but I probably can't tell you much details on our interaction and negotiations due to attorney-client privilege. But we were considering many different solutions, ranging from pursuing the counterclaim to moving development of GitHub to some DMCA-agnostic country. Fortunately, thanks to the collaboration of EFF and GitHub, we were able to stay and to keep our development in well-established and recognizable place. So that such outcome was almost the best case scenario for us.
Great. Amin, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes. After receiving the DMCA takedown, I thought the removal of the code could affect not only other parts of YouTube DL, but other projects as well. So we tried to make every possible effort to ensure that the project would continue. And here I want to mention EFF's help that has been crucial, especially their legal advice. And I would like to thank them. And also thank GitHub for reinstating the project and taking a good direction with their new policy.
Thanks. Yeah, and I also would like to thank EFF for working with us to better understand the code. EFF, if our listeners aren't all aware, of Electronic Frontier Foundation, provides legal advice to the maintainers here. So, well, I mentioned Gabby. I know you're impacted as well. You mentioned you use this tool every day. So I'm curious, from your perspective, what was the impact you saw following the takedown?
So for us, well, the tool still worked. So I think that for us, the impact was just concern for what this might mean for the tool itself, but also for concern for what it might mean for the way we download material, and also what it might mean for the future for other tools that we rely on. In research, we use tools that weren't necessarily built for the purpose of human rights research. And unfortunately, we're super used to them getting sunsetted, going behind paywalls, no longer working anymore. However, if something happened to YouTube DL, I think that would be truly devastating for our work. And the reason that YouTube DL is so irreplaceable is not only that it's free and open source, but also it's reliable. And I think, like Sergey was saying with the cat and mouse game, we just couldn't keep up with the changes that platforms make to the way you can download materials. And the fact that YouTube DL has a dedicated group of contributors that can keep up with these changes, it's something that would be impossible for human rights or civil society organizations or journalists who just wouldn't have the resources or technical capacity to do this. And just to give one example, Mnemonic, an organization whose project Syrian Archive has saved 2 million videos from the Syrian conflict using YouTube DL. And when they went back, they ran a script to check how many of these videos were now no longer on YouTube. And they found that 23% of these videos have been permanently removed, meaning that they've been saved in this archive. And those videos would have been lost permanently, that depict war crimes and crimes against humanity. And these would have been lost without a tool like YouTube DL. So it's with this in mind that that led me and colleagues at Human Rights Watch contact EFF companies involved to write something that would show the importance of this tool for human rights research and bring together every other human rights organization we knew that uses this tool, which is pretty much all of them.
That's all really important to understand and actually quite relevant to GitHub's policy work advocating for developers. It's a good lead into my last question, actually, because GitHub does and will continue to take a stand for developers, but no matter what we do to protect developer rights, we do need to work within the boundaries of the law. And in this case, the DMCA rules happen to be under review, so we all have an opportunity to help shape the landscape around anti-circumvention. And with that in mind, given your experience with YouTube DL and DMCA, question for all the panelists. What would your message to policymakers be? Let's start with Gabby.
Yes, thanks for this opportunity. For us, we would say restricting access to YouTube DL for everyone for any purpose is not a proportionate response to the fact that this tool could be used in ways that may violate right. So policymakers need to consider the impact on human rights and other use cases that Sergey and Armin highlighted. So our message to policymakers would be that they need to ensure that copyright laws don't improperly restrict rights and eliminate key sources of evidence to hold rights abusers and war criminals accountable. Copyright considerations shouldn't trump access to justice for human rights atrocities. So that would be our message.
Great. Next, let's hear from Amin.
I think for policymakers, it's better to deal with such cases without facilitating the disruption of projects based on unconfirmed claims. And I'm referring specifically to the DMCA law, where the subject of the dispute, the code in this case, is removed until the matter is settled in court.
That makes sense. And Sergey, what would your message to policymakers be?
I think I'll just summarize. I appreciate a lot GitHub's efforts to stand up for developers, as well as I highly welcome changes made in the review process for claims based on DMCA. And I really hope changes made already at GitHub sites and potential changes in the future will probably make it easy for developers to deal with DMCA. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah, these are all really useful perspectives for GitHub to be able to take forward as we fight for developers on policy issues. And I have to say, the law behind this is all quite complicated, but our objective is to put developers first. And whether that's documenting human rights abuses, making the internet more accessible, or even going beyond this particular project, learning to code, or doing security research, or working on infrastructure that powers the cloud, we're here to make sure developers can continue to engage in global collaboration to maintain and improve projects that make a difference in people's lives. And I think this one was a really interesting one to focus on, where, we talked about how it started in Spain many years ago, and it's, we have people all over the world that are maintaining and using the project, and has all these great beneficial uses that we've just discussed. And, it was really a moment for us to kind of see GitHub learned a lot too, and I'm really appreciative that we were able to reinstate the YouTube DL project, but also very grateful to have this conversation with Sergey and Amin, who are maintainers of this incredible project. Also, Gabby, representing one of its really vital uses. And I think, all of the conversation we had here today really was quite insightful. And I hope that, I learned a lot, and I hope everybody else learned a lot too. So really want to thank everyone for this great discussion on the very important topic here, and have a wonderful wherever you may be. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And look, folks, that was a very important session. If you haven't had a chance to see this, or you came in towards the end, please, go back and watch it when it does become available at githubuniverse.com. So thank you so much for that panel. And look, that is such a cool project. I had no idea about all the ways that people are using this piece of code, training data for AI models. I'm just so glad that we managed to get YouTube-DL back up on GitHub and now featuring, those maintainers at Universe. And I'd never thought about how human rights advocates turn to open source software, because they really need to especially secure software, right? And I'd love to hear from two core maintainers of this project. I can't imagine how many issues and pull requests that they actually manage. It's a good thing that we made it easier with them, with the best developer products around. So folks, don't forget, like I said, we will have streams available on demand on, about a day. And there are also those 4 channels to check out. There's the enterprise channel, the developer channel, the university channel, and of course that play channel just for fun. Now, you're in the enterprise channel, but feel free to pop in and out, visit those other channels, and come back and see us whenever you can. And also don't forget to unmute your audio while you're over there. And don't forget to check out that More tab. We've got the swag store. We have the Octocat generator. We have custom gear that you can kind of get with those Octocats that you generate. Orbital events that we have going on around GitHub Universe. Way more intimate engagements with our subject matter experts. And then don't forget those workshops that you can sign up and take part in. And don't forget to reach out to us on Twitter using that hashtag GitHub Universe. So do we have anything cool to share, Divya?
I love what everybody is sharing right now. Thank you so much, folks, for talking about GitHub Universe on Twitter. Danish, love your Octocat. It's so decorative. And everyone, Daniel, like you and me, love the dark mode. Prakhar, Ahmed, Sultan, Abhijay, thank you again. Folks, those who are posting questions on Twitter, please remember, discussions is the place to ask all your questions, because that's where the subject matter experts from GitHub will be answering your questions, and you'll get much faster responses there. Daniel, any good find at your end?
Well, there's a couple of things. Firstly, I just want to point out again, dark mode, light mode, awesome stuff. Really loving it. It's fantastic. But actually, I'm going to give a shout out to somebody else. And this is kind of a little bit different here because I am giving this person, a shout out just because they had the cojones to actually go and post this. They posted something with the hashtag, basically GitHub Universe, GitHub, a whole bunch of hashtags that are obviously trending right now, but it actually has nothing to do with GitHub Universe. So I just want to say to Sakil Hassan Sakat, congratulations on getting your Cisco verification at the Cisco Networking Academy. I'm sure it has so much. Dude, congratulations. Okay, so, excuse me. So what's happening now? Well, on the dev channel, we have the Metasploit framework going on, and over on the play channel, we actually have Nanu, who's creative coding with Rust. And cool, so look, we've got one more session, and then a DJ is going to come on so that you can get a quick break, grab a coffee, or enjoy some kind of awesome music. And then after that, we're going to get into security as a feature. Divya, how are you finding the event so far?
Oh, I'm loving it. And like the keynote, I'm going back to the keynote. It was almost like in the days we have right now, like a movie, and like the drama. I just loved it, especially how we introduced the dark mode. The YouTube panel discussion was again very interesting, knowing how folks use open source or use the code and like the various different scenarios that light up, which I'm sure the maintainers wouldn't have thought of when they started off. What was the highlight for you, Daniel?
Look, just watching that Codespaces demonstration, I haven't had a chance yet to dig into it deeply. So actually getting there and seeing it, being presented by the experts, the people that are bringing it to market, just totally blew me away. I can keep talking forever and ever about dark mode, so I'm going to stop talking about that now. What else can I think about? That it's been amazing. What I'm really interested in actually is kind of going on in the other channels. There's some really interesting stuff around, computation in the play channel, music generation, all kinds of things happening there that I'm kind of quickly noting down as I switch back and forth in our downtime, just so I can go back and watch them again as recordings afterwards. Apart from that, I'm just enjoying kind of being online chatting to you. So, it is pretty awesome at this point in time, what we're doing here. Cool. Yeah, anyway, I think maybe we... high five.
Can we do a high five there?
1, 2, 3, go. We're terrible at that, folks, but at least this is real. Anyway. Cool. Divya, should we start talking about maybe our next session?
Oh, yes, because that's, again, a very interesting session. Do you want to tell us all about it?
Sure. Well, coming up right now is, delivering code to car with Tekton and GitHub Advanced Security. And I got to admit, when I first saw this title, I kind of misread it because I thought it said delivering code to cloud. And I'm going, well, okay, we can do that. I mean, I'm sure everyone knows we can do that. But actually here, what we're talking about is how we're helping the automotive industry. So Divya, what can you actually tell us about our speakers?
Before I go to the speakers, I wanted to share a thought as well. What's become so interesting now, isn't it? Software everywhere, and delivering code to car. We wouldn't have thought about that 5-10 years back. So we're in a new and awesome world now. Okay, bringing this session of Code to Car is Gwen Entano. He's a senior infrastructure engineer at Toyota Research Institute Advanced Development. Gwen is into Japanese anime.
Level should be addressed before being able to move forward in the pipeline. And that basically helps us to detect and stop early on the process if needed. At the end of the day, what really matters for us is to improve the developer experiences. We want the developer to focus on coding. We want to bring the same experience as developing a web application as developing a code to the car application. We want to remove the complexity out of the developer hands. So the tooling is integrated. One place for the code to the car, The workflow by default is scalable and flexible. And we bring the safety, the security, the standard compliance code QL rules. And then, as I said before, traceability and immutability, it's a core function of the workflow system. And with that, I think we will improve the developer experience for code to Docker. And then from that, teammate Daniel.
Thanks very much, Gwen. So, as you heard today, we have an exciting and challenging mission ahead here at TRID with our Arene product. If you're looking to take ownership and grow together as part of an exciting and dynamic team to make history, then I encourage you to look us up and learn about the roles that we have open here as part of our team.
Thanks, everyone. And please, if you want to check our website, you can find online, or you can follow this QR code or scan this.
Thanks, Dan and Gwen. That was awesome, inspiring, and I learned a lot of new things. Folks, we heard some of you had technical glitches. We've got back shortly. But if you've missed, remember, you can go back to a previous point in the stream and see what you missed anytime throughout the day. Again, reminder, folks, please post your questions on githubuniverse.com/discussions. This is where the community, you, me, and the subject matter experts are there to help. Daniel, I wanted to share about a new program that's GitHub's launched called STARS. This program is for people who inspire and educate our communities. And to give you a flavor of who our community of developers are, Eddie is an awesome developer based in UK. And last week, he had a special invitation to a Nova event for all the year event. And his experience of being a star.
Hi, my name's Eddie Jowd, and I've been a software engineer for over 15 years, and I've been contributing to open source for over 10 years, and I really enjoy being a project maintainer on GitHub. When I'm not on GitHub, you can usually find me on YouTube doing videos and live streams. I believe open source is for everybody, and that's why I love encouraging other people to get into open source. I believe open source is not just about code. It is more about communication, collaboration, and the community. Like most people, I got started in open source by fixing a typo. Maybe my second and third and fourth pull request were also fixing typos. And then I slowly got into doing more bug fixes, improving the code quality and the code coverage, and then also fixing bugs and adding features to other people's projects in the community. And then I became a project maintainer and my whole world changed. If I was sent to a desert island and I could only take one social platform, I would take GitHub. To me, GitHub is not just about social coding, it is about the community and collaboration. And with all these new awesome features coming out, I can spend more time on GitHub. Becoming a GitHub star was such a wonderful surprise to me. It's great to get the recognition from my peers in GitHub for the work that I do for the community. Rubbing shoulders with the other GitHub stars around the world and the GitHub team on Slack has been brilliant. We've been able to share ideas of what worked, what hasn't worked, so we could all move forward and efficiently together to do more for the community. My top 3 GitHub at the moment. I say at the moment because as new features come out, this list may change. But at the moment, I think number 1 has got to be GitHub Actions. This has really changed the landscape of continuous integration. It has really made it easier for every project to have CI, to run their linters, to run the automated tests, to deploy, whatever it is. And then the GitHub Actions marketplace with almost 6,000 free plugins that are really easy to use with a few lines of YAML has really also accelerated the use of GitHub Actions. That's all still part of number 1. Number 2 will be Codespaces. Although I haven't used this very much, I haven't used it in anger yet, I really like the idea of Codespaces and the features, how it can read and use my dot files from my GitHub account, allows me to work seamlessly between my local machine and the cloud. But the biggest part that I love about Codespaces is how it's going to lower the barrier to entry for everyone to get into open source. There are people who are using technology 1, but they want to contribute to technology 2, but don't have it installed, don't have the right version. document. Whereas when they can fork a repository and open it up on Codespaces and have all the dependencies, be it Ruby, Python, PHP, Node, just installed, and they can just make their changes, I think this is going to be the next game changer in the open source landscape. My third favorite feature on GitHub at the moment has got to be the project boards and the GitHub discussions. Okay, I named two, but I'm grouping them together because, wait, hear me out. I'm grouping them together because they fit together in collaboration and communication with the community and with the team. And I really love how they both really bring everybody together. If I had a magic wand and I could wave it and ask for a couple of features, I would have two. Number one, could GitHub a Discord, Slack-like communication? Because sometimes you do need that real-time communication, and then you can go from the real-time communication, move it into a discussion, therefore it doesn't get lost, and you can move the discussion when it's ready to be actioned into an issue, and then it can be actioned on the relevant project. I think having a real-time chat would give me another reason to spend more time on GitHub rather than move to other third-party apps. My second wish of a feature I'd like to see on GitHub is a little bit easier. It's for GitHub to support ASCII docs natively. I know it supports some of the basic features similar to what you get with Markdown. And don't get me wrong, Markdown is awesome and epic. I really do love it. However, sometimes you want those extra features from ASCII docs where you can do alerts and call outs and do a lot more with those sorts of things. The diagram support with ASCII docs is epic. Then GitHub could harness the power of ASCII docs and have diagrams in readmes that are coded. So therefore they're not binaries and they're really easy for people to make have to install a certain application to update this image or redraw the image from scratch every time. I would like to end by saying thank you and show my appreciation to everyone who gets involved in GitHub, from the GitHub team to also the community who contribute to my open source projects and our open source projects as a community. I really enjoy collaborating with you all on GitHub and learning from you, and I hope you benefit from me sharing my experiences and my knowledge too. If there's anything more I can do, please do reach out and let me know. I'll see you on GitHub. Hi, my name's Eddie, Eddie Jowd. We're able to learn. My three favorite features on GitHub. My top three actions. Not top three actions. Can't even talk. I really enjoy collaborating and learning from you all, and I hope I learn from you too. That doesn't make any sense, Eddie. Don't speak English.
Wow, Eddie, what joy. This is so inspiring. One platform that I would take too is GitHub. And Eddie, you sharing all of that pumps us more to do better work and be the best platform for all developers. I also agree, open source is for everyone. Daniel, did you see his jersey? Why didn't we get that? Nova stars are awesome.
I know that Mish has got one, so I'm really jealous. Mish over on the dev channel has actually got one of those jerseys, and I've seen her wear it a few times now, and I've kind of pointed out that I really do want that, but I haven't been able to get my hands on one yet, but I'll keep trying.
You have to become a star,
Actually,
Daniel. You have to become a
Oh,
star.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you. I have to
I was
become
just
a
saying,
star,
Daniel.
obviously.
Yes.
Awesome. Look, I love seeing content like that showcases our fabulous community, and just a shout out to everybody out there. I'm also a little jealous because you got to see a few outtakes, and Eddie got to do many takes and pick the right ones. We're live on stream, and boy, this is raw, but it's lots of fun and I'm having a great time. So folks, remember that there's a lot to check out on Universe. We have those 4 channels. The enterprise channel, the developer channel, the university channel, and of course that play channel just for fun. And speaking of fun, Divya, with lockdown and things like that, have you been reading any interesting books lately?
Oh yes, I am a book fan. My favorite this year has been Educated, and I love that, and to know it's a memoir and a true story. What I'm although reading right now is Sapiens. I know it's an older book, but trying to understand and how it has shaped us. Your favorite? What are you reading right now?
Well, I just finished the Cole Forsgren's book, Accelerate, which is a bit of a preview of what we're going to be talking about. I think it's tomorrow on the Enterprise channel here. But that was an absolute fantastic book. But to be honest, right now, I have finally started reading after I don't know how many years that it's been out. I have finally started reading Game of Thrones. There it is. Whoop, there we go. You see it now. And I'm about 20% of the way into the first book, and it's pretty interesting, we'll put it that way. Anyway, so what's happening now, Divya?
Now that you've started talking about books, I'm starting to feel, isn't it time to take some break? Like stretch a little, refill our coffees, because what we have coming up next is great content for you. Break performance in Lehman, security as a feature, and moving your enterprise to the cloud. Even more securities on the developer channel as we continue our secure development theme. So tell us, folks, about your experience, what you're loving, everything that's on your mind on Twitter, #GitHub Universe, or share with us on discussions. Daniel, I'm starting to get ready to take a break and groove a little.
Actually, I'm getting really thirsty right now, folks, so we are going to take a quick break. And to do this, we're actually going to merge with the Play channel. You know what? I'm getting tired of these puns. We need to talk to the scriptwriters, but anyway. So anyway, let's get a taste of what's going on over in the Play channel without actually going anywhere. And we have a musical performance by Mario Carrillo and Eliza Struthers-Jobin. And the cool thing about this is that Eliza is in Paris coding the music, and Mario's in Mexico actually doing all the visuals. So this is pretty awesome. And they're going to be both presenting again later in the next few days. So if you like what you see, please check them out later on in the Play channel. So we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Awesome. Welcome back, everybody. That was just fantastic. Thank you so much, Mario Carrillo and Eliza Struthers-Joan. Now, folks, we've forked those channels again, but if you want to keep going with the play channel, feel free to check it out. And remember, if you're flipping between those channels, just remember to unmute your audio so that we're not blasting you as soon as you switch back in. Oh, and I'm getting a little bit of a buzzing in my ear right now. Apparently, we've got a special guest. It's Kyle. Okay, take it away, Kyle.
Hey, Divya and Daniel, you're off to a very energetic start, and I just wanted to stop by and quickly remind everyone watching to stick around for the GitHub Universe highlight show at the end of Universe today at 2 p.m. India Standard Time. We'll be giving you a special sneak peek at what's coming tomorrow. I'll see the two of you and everyone else at the highlight show at 2 p.m. India Standard Time. Back to you, Divya and Daniel.
Awesome. Get out of here, Kyle. We've got some work to do here. All right. So let's now drop into the social and see what's actually happening on Twitter with the hashtag GitHub Universe. I'm just having a quick look now. I'm loving the activity that's happening on Twitter right now. ITS Devanshik here, as you can see here, is absolutely pumped to be attending GitHub Universe 2020. And I also want to give a shout out to the I think it's the W, who's actually taking advantage to really insert some really useful, short, sharp snippets of information to help train developers on using Git and GitHub. So just a shout out to those folks now. And also remember, everybody, we've got 4 channels to check out. We have the enterprise channel, the dev channel, that university channel, and of course that play channel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, we've got them all there. And you're in that enterprise channel, and feel free to pop in and out at any time to any of those channels. In fact, happening now on the dev channel, we've got So You Committed a Secret. I do that a lot. So it probably would be a good thing to go and actually look and watch and see how you can deal with what happens when you commit a secret. Over on the Play channel, we're going to have some 10-minute tutorials. They're quick introductions into a bunch of tools to get started with that creative coding that you've seen on the Play channel all day today. Now, I'm going to talk quickly now about our next session, and it's all about security as a feature, because it's never security. We talk to organizations all the time about how can they actually shift security left into the software development lifecycle, because it's way cheaper to fix things there than when it's actually out in the wild. While we're talking about security now, just remember that we have another session later on. It's an advanced security roundup a little later today. Anyway, Divya, tell us all about our next speaker.
So joining us for our next session is Keith Hoodlett. He's a senior manager of application experience at Thermo Fisher Scientific, a DevSecOps pioneer and champion of secure software development. Remember, folks, engage with us on discussions. Bring that to Keith when we meet him for live Q&A. Also, don't forget to rate the session. We really love your feedback. Find the yellow star next to the join discussions on the bottom of this page and tell us all that you want to share about the session and rate the session. So over to you, Keith. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that nice intro. It's great to be here, and honestly really exciting to talk about security as a feature today. We're going to be going through a few different ideas in this concept in terms of why companies might not think of security as a feature, of course, what they do think of as a feature first, and then going into what happens when they don't. But also, of course, some of the good things that can come from thinking of security like a feature, your tool chain or your process, take it from there. So let's go ahead and dive right in. This is going to be great. So at a high level, of course, I am, as the intro says there, the Senior Manager of Application Experience here at Thermo Fisher Scientific. I'm responsible for the teams that make up the largest enterprise applications that we have here at Thermo Fisher, including the conference, office, and service technologies teams, which do an excellent job themselves keeping the business running. Situation that we're in with the global pandemic, really all of the great work that they're doing to keep us moving forward. Scientific, I was the senior manager of global DevSecOps. I built the DevSecOps and application security program from the ground up, which was a really great challenge and experience. And it's funny because I am on record as saying DevSecOps doesn't exist, but and then it became my title. And so I kind of had to adopt it and really embrace it, and since have. Just a little bit of background about myself and the perspective that I bring to this conversation. So formerly, I hosted the Application Security Weekly podcast starting back in 2018 with Paul 00 to 50 dev world. I was a rank 65 bug crowd bug bounty hunter back in 2018 and an MVP. And when I'm writing some code, I really love to jump into Visual Studio Code. It's a great platform for those of you that haven't had a chance to jump in and get your feet wet. Personally, I love writing in Python and Bash. JavaScript is something I'm still trying to pick up. Golang is another favorite of mine when I get an opportunity. And there are a couple of projects I want to highlight. I did start the InfoSec Mentors project, or restarted it really and made it open source. And then, of course, I'm working on another project that's private currently called the Secure Functions Project, but will eventually be released open source to embrace. Think of it more like an object relational mapper for security in terms of the way that you can put security into your code and some of those sensitive functions that you build on. That said, some of my hobbies, I love to read. I can always recommend books, and I'll have some here for you today. Writing is something that I enjoy doing on occasion, and then gaming, Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda is a favorite of mine right now. And of course, during times when we're not in COVID, I love to travel. Can't wait to get back to Japan. Gozaimasu to all my friends out there in Japan. So let's jump in. What makes something a feature, right? That's something that is often discussed in concerning the project management or product management team, the dev teams. They always say, well, that's not really a feature. Security is not a feature. And that's because, of course, features are things that customers ask you for, right? They're the things that people want to see, the things that people will complain about if they don't have it in your application. And so therefore, they'll tell you about it. Then, of course, there's resources or money. Those are things that get allocated to features. Whatever you're allocating to, those are the features you're working on, whether you're calling them a feature or not. And then features, well, generally speaking, if you build it, you're going to make sure that it's regularly tested. You're going to make sure that it works the way that you want it to, and you're going to make sure that it continues to get enhanced over time. Generally speaking, you're not going to take a feature out unless, of course, it's just really not used, or it's so totally broken that it's not worth continuing and working on. But otherwise, you're going to make that thing better. Those are the features that your company is investing in. So why isn't security considered a feature? And this is kind of an interesting topic because one of the things that I'll often ask dev teams after they've done some security review of their applications is I'll say, do you have a banking app on your phone? Now, that doesn't always translate depending on where you are in the world. Some cash-heavy cultures don't really use banking applications, might do e-commerce, but I'll ask a dev, are you using some sort of financial transaction application on your phone? And the answer is almost universally yes. Well, one of the questions that you should be asking is, would you use it if it had the vulnerabilities that your application has? And that's when you know security is a feature, because it's not something that, it was something that you and the people using your applications are experiencing. So I like to say this is kind of like the faucet that you go to or the sink that you may go to. And when you turn that left knob, you expect the water to be hot. That's universally true. You didn't have to ask anyone for it, and you didn't have to tell the plumber to install it that way. It's just the way that operates. And so in a lot of ways, that's the way that people think of security today, is it's one of those utilities that you just expect it to be there and expect it to work as intended. Of course, you will give money and time to security. Generally not as a feature. You'll do it when there's a bomb about to go off in terms of some vulnerability in a dependency or in your code base that's been uncovered, or if those bombs have already exploded. You're going to spend time and money on those things to very quickly fix them, and it tends to be very disruptive when you do that. Unfortunately, when that happens, you're going to be disrupting all of the other features that your customers have asked you for, that they're outwardly expressing that they want. And finally, of course, security is often tested, but not reliably, and not necessarily by people that you want to be testing those applications. Think of this like cellular service. You expect it to work, and it's often tested, but it's not always reliable, and it's not always working the way that you want it to. Well, I'll hate to tell you, but if you have an application that's publicly facing to the internet, or an application that people can download from the internet, it's probably being tested. And people may or may not tell you about it, and they may use it for nefarious purposes, which is unfortunate, but it's one of those reasons why we need to take security seriously. So, of course, what happens when you don't take security seriously? What are those things that occur in the world as a result of that? Well, first of all, vulnerabilities continue to pile up. If you don't fix one vulnerability, a chain of vulnerabilities, multiple vulnerabilities. It's a challenge. A good example of that is unfortunately Capital One. They had a breach due to basically a lack of security in the implementation of some of their applications, and due to cultural challenges, they lost a number of very talented people because of the insecurity and the way that their culture really thought about security inside the workplace. Now, from the fines themselves, it was estimated to cost about $150 million US for them to pay for all of the different fines and regulations. But the total cost to the company in terms of buying all those security tools, hiring new staff, upgrading all of their applications was estimated over $500 million US. That's a lot of money that they could have been investing in other ways, or they could have made smaller investments in security and been a lot better off over the long term as a result of it. You also see vulnerabilities leading to bad publicity. A key example of that is Uber. Back in the day, and this is not too long ago, there was a data breach of over $100,000 US that was paid out via a bug bounty program that they ended up losing their CSO, our chief security officer, over as a cover up. And that chief security officer is now being brought up on criminal charges as a result of trying to cover up the breach event. It was really unfortunate, both for Uber, who does generally a pretty good job of security, and, well, quite frankly, for all of their customers that were caught up in all of that. And then finally, of course, there's Zoom. Now, Zoom is a great product, and they're one of those companies that is used universally to try and get us through the situation that we're in today. But here's the challenge. Situations happen, hopefully, once in a lifetime. The way that their business operates and the market kind of capture that they can actually realize as a result of being a superior product in the marketplace. Unfortunately for them, they had some end-to-end encryption challenges that were brought forward right as this all kicked off. And of course, then they had some security vulnerabilities that were piled on top. Now they've rushed to hire a chief security officer and bring in security as new feature sets in their application. They could have avoided that and actually captured a great bigger part of the market share out there in the world if they had actually considered security. Stealing that market. And it doesn't have to be this way. Quite frankly, there are a number of things that we can do as developers and as security professionals to make our applications more secure. I like to think of this as the broken windows theory when it comes to security as linting. Back in the 1990s, we had challenges when it came to really crime happening in New York City here in the United States. It was continuing to rise. It was rampant and almost universal within the city. And one of the psychological theories around this was because of broken windows and graffiti found throughout the city, especially in subway cars and their kind of public transit systems. One of the ways they fixed that, they actually took those subway cars out of production. They repainted them and then sent them back into the production as that paint was drying so that they could show that the city really cared about the people that lived there and the public transit systems that they were investing in. So in the same way, we should do that within our code when it comes to finding those dangerous functions like dangerously set HTML, for example, within the React framework. And of course, establishing coding standards can help us be a little bit more precise about making sure that we maintain the code base and make sure that it's groomed on a regular basis to be healthy and clean. And then, of course, there's security as unit testing. When we think about the tomatoes and the tomato sauce, I like to say check your recipe and check your ingredients. And by checking your recipe, I mean static analysis, going ahead and taking a look at your code to make sure that you're not inserting any sort of vulnerable functions or calling things in a way that you really shouldn't be, such as calling directly to your SQL database as opposed to using an object relational mapper. And then checking your ingredients, dependency check. Or dependency checking. It's one of those tool sets that can really help you understand that the ingredients that you're putting into your applications are fresh, that they're continuously being going ahead and solving some of those problems that you're seeing when it comes to the vulnerabilities. At the end of the day, if you make a great recipe with rotten ingredients, it's going to turn out pretty bad for your health and, of course, for anyone that's trying to consume that. And then I like to think of, finally, that throwing spaghetti at the wall in terms of integration testing. So that's that whole idea of making sure things stick. So, of course, you can do that with web applications today using dynamic analysis. I have that you can go ahead and use to do that. Actually checking the inputs that you're throwing into your application is reacting in safe and secure ways. And then for compiled applications, there's fuzzing. Basically, again, it's that throwing spaghetti at the wall to see if it sticks, or throwing a bunch of inputs at your code to see what your application does when you throw at something that it's not really anticipating. So there are a lot of ways that we can solve this problem when it comes to treating security as a feature as we develop. And then, of course, there are benefits to treating security as a feature. A good example of that is attack complexity increases. One of the things prevalent because people fall for them, first of all, and because the more complex attacks are really expensive. We can look at the zero-day market when it comes to things like iOS or Android vulnerabilities that are out there today, where you've had 0 days to apply a patch or implement security. And quite frankly, those costs are going up. And that's a good thing, because what that ends up meaning is that the attacker ends up being a very small subset of the world's landscape. It ends up being state actors as opposed to cheeky kids on the internet, for an example. And so that way your application will be a little bit more robust. And quite frankly, you're outrunning a majority of the. It also differentiates your project or your product. If you think about Apple, for example, they're almost universally known for a lot of the security and privacy implementations that they've put in place. We can also look at examples within the software development landscape, such as React versus AngularJS. Back in the day, AngularJS, the original version of it, had a sandbox, and that sandbox had a lot of escapes, and it led to a lot of vulnerabilities, such as remote code execution or even full remote reverse shell. I've taught a couple trainings that have shown exactly how this works, and thankfully, Google has addressed that with later by removing AngularJS because people were using it wrong. And in this way, if we think of security as a feature from the get-go, we can actually write on secure frameworks and languages like Rust to eliminate a vast majority of the vulnerabilities that enter our landscape. And of course, once you go ahead and invest in security as a feature, it allows you to save time and money. It's that return on investment, that compounding interest that allows you to actually go ahead and focus on other investments and experimentation so that you and of course, differentiate your product and then pay down those other technical debts that you might be encountering. So where to get started, right? How can we actually start implementing these things? And I always like to say, of course, people are probably the most important thing within your organization. The next most important thing is that process. And you have to think about a few things. First of all, what speed of development do you need to actually be hitting? Are you a web application that needs to have sub-second or millisecond deployments? Or are you building a product that has and it doesn't need to be patched right away because it's not connected to the internet or it's not supposed to be connected to the internet? That's really going to shape how you think about solving security problems. A really good example of that is thinking about how fast you might fix a problem if it was impacting your revenue generation in some way, such as being able to have people go through a checkout process. If you react faster than security for that thing because it's impacting your revenue, you probably should think about how you can actually make security react faster as well in terms of implementing them as part of that process. And then, of course, think of your breadth of testing. Not only how much are you actually covering and integration tests that follow that happy path, but work with your security team to think about how you can follow the unhappy path. Throw the things at your application that it's not expecting, or that it should handle gracefully or would otherwise avoid falling over because of the unhappy or malicious unit tests that you're throwing at it. And then, of course, think about that mean time to resolution. Measure, of course, how fast it can take you to solve some of the problems within your code base that are very traditional bugs impact how fast you can react to. If they're going to the backlog and living there forever and never getting resolved, you probably are going to encounter an issue at some point in the history of your application as a result of those vulnerabilities that are going unaddressed. So measure it and then bring it forward to your leadership to make sure that it gets addressed on a regular basis. Which gets to the last point, of course, which is allocating time for technical debt. I like to say that if you allocate time to fix those things periodically, fix the broken windows, paint the walls, change the drapes, it allows you, in this case, to improve your code over time, making the house worth living in and the neighborhood a better place for your customers to live in. So if you allocate about 20% time for technical debt, over time, you're going to end up being able to release faster, to have better testing and resolve problems quicker. It pays itself in the long term. And then, of course, in terms of some tools that you can use, I like to say with static analysis, GitHub's advanced security toolset is phenomenal. Their acquisition of SEML is light years ahead of other products in the space. And I say that from being a code security engineer at Veracode in a past life. It is one of those tools that can really make a difference in your code base. And I strongly encourage any open source project to check that out. And then if you have Ruby as your main code base, Brakeman, great tool, open source. It's publicly available. I think they now have a paid version, but also a free version. And then SolarCube is another great one as well from a static analysis perspective to give you some ideas on things that you can do. And then from dynamic analysis, the Open Web Application Security Project, or OWASP, has the Z attack proxy, or ZAP, that electric symbol that you see there. Great dynamic analysis tool, has an API functionality to it, is free. and it's something I strongly encourage people to check out and start using regularly just to see what happens. Again, throw that spaghetti at your code and see what sticks. Then there's W3AF by Andreas Riancho, who is another great developer who has provided a nice dynamic analysis attack tool set, really great for Java and other tools, which are very common in the enterprise today. Dependency checking, again, making sure that you check the ingredients as well as of the static analysis recipe. Dependabot, really great tool if you're on the GitHub platform, which I would think that you probably are if you're watching this. And then, of course, OWASP's dependency check tool, if you need another thing to go ahead and look into the environment and make sure that things are working appropriately and that the libraries you're using are fresh and secure. And then secrets management, making sure that you're actually dealing with those problems of committing secrets to your code by understanding how that works and making sure that people understand how to use the secrets vault that you're using. Of course, CyberArk Conjure also has another solution in the space, and I strongly recommend you check it out. And then for further learning, I strongly recommend these 3 books to just about anyone that I talk to. The DevOps Handbook is something that every individual or a project that's working with a software to read front to back, because it will cover pretty much every use case that you can think of, including part 6, which is about security, which is why I often say DevSecOps is the buzzword today, but it's really just part of DevOps. It's always been part of the DevOps Handbook, and it's something that I encourage a lot of people to go read. For those people that are either in the manager's path or in terms of their career or are looking to get into management, I strongly encourage Camille Fournier's book, The Manager's Path, largely because it brings that human element. It thinks about, of course, making sure that you're not burning yourself out or your team. Walks through kind of every level from a lead engineer all the way through CTO on what your world will look like as a result of moving down that path in your career. And then finally, for those leaders that are watching, I strongly, strongly encourage reading Lean Enterprise. It is one of those books that will bring forward, in the first half of the book, a lot of the ideas that you see in the DevOps Handbook. But in the second half, it's pure gold. It will talk through a lot of the different challenges that you're going to experience. And then, of course, how to slowly break them down and rethink about the way that you're going to address them. And then move forward and build a better enterprise as a result. And finally, I just want to say thank you to a few people that are near and dear to my heart. First and foremost is my lovely wife, Sarah. She is really the light of my life. And I'm very blessed to have her as a part of it. And especially living in such interesting times as these, she has been a continued light and encouraging me to do things like this and continuing to move forward. And then, of course, there's my good friend and my sensei, Jason Haddix, who has taught me an incredible amount about not only web application hacking, but about being a good human being. And Jason is absolutely just one of the very best that I know. And then finally, there's my good buddy at GitHub, Adam Matthews. A huge shout out and thank you to Adam, of course, for recommending that I get involved in this, but also for encouraging me to continue to rethink about the way that GitHub can make changes in the enterprise and make it better, and allowing us here at Thermo Fisher to engage with the team there at GitHub and making sure that they hear of all the things that we'd really love to do. So with that, as I always used to end my podcast, I just want to remind everyone to git commit and stay classy.
Thank you, Keith. That was awesome. Very, very insightful. Allocate time, resources, and testing to security and get all the benefits of having security as a feature. Folks, remember, share your feedback and rate this session, as well as ask questions on discussions. Keith is not only a security expert, but also a chai and a travel buff. So you can ask him all about that as well. The first one I'll start with, Keith, is where do we get started in making security as a feature? I know you shared a bunch in your presentation. How do someone get over that initial friction or inertia of starting security as a feature?
That's a great question, Divya. It's one of those things where, years ago, if you were to ask me, I probably would have said, start with dynamic and static analysis. Those would have been just absolutely the things that would have made your life better and easier. But I surprised a lot of people, with kind of the talk about dependency checking as something that people should really start with. And the reason that I say dependency checking is the right place is it's almost like whenever I start to cook, and I know we were talking a little bit before I came on about cooking Indian cuisine and how I've recently learned to make butter chicken curry. And so having the right ingredients is super, super important for making a really tasty meal. And so always checking those to make sure that you're in a good place. I'd say by making sure that you can just kind of continuously update your dependencies on a regular basis, that will enforce and encourage you to have really good automated it's security or just making sure that the application continues to work appropriately, as well as encourage people to be able to change and update faster, which will help everything down the line when it comes to security. Because if you've got good testing from a happy path perspective and you can update your dependencies regularly, well, what's to stop you from fixing a vulnerability and then also pushing that out to production quickly? So that's where I'd start.
Sure. Look, I've got a couple of questions that are quite similar, so I might ask them both together. Development easier. And then Andre in GitHub Discussions is asking, would you recommend using more than one of these tools for analysis, or maybe stick with one for each of static and dynamic? Like, how many tools would you actually use in that space?
That's a good question. It's always one of those, how much time do you have for remediation, and how much sensitivity do you have to false positives, right? That's really the answer there. Now when it comes to the tools themselves, static analysis is one of those spaces that has not had as much innovation in it in the last decade or even the last 20 years as I think what we saw with GitHub's acquisition of Semel. I was very fortunate in kind of getting a lead on Semel from some friends of mine in the security industry about, I don't know, close to 18 months ago in like April, May of last year, maybe a little bit more than 18 months ago. And so what GitHub Advanced Security is the right tool to innovative product in the static analysis space out there that I've seen. And I worked at basically the founders of binary static analysis some years ago. So I actually have done code security engineering and been a static analysis Q&A engineer in my past life. And so GitHub Advanced Security, start there, stay there if you can, especially from a language coverage perspective. The only time I ever recommend with static analysis getting something additional is if you need to cover languages that aren't as robustly covered by the tool that you have. Dynamic analysis, that's always the hardest one because it really, well, quite frankly, how, again, that false positive sensitivity, right? Because you will get variance based on just the quality of checks that you get from the tool that you use. What I would recommend, though, before looking at adding more tools to the toolbox, is how quickly are you remediating the vulnerabilities that you've validated? Because if the answer is weeks, or even in some cases for those critical vulnerabilities, days, don't add another tool. It's just going to add more to your pile of things to do. And it's going to burn bridges with the developer with tools that can work via the API and the command line to kick off those scans. And really, my philosophy has always been make security as self-service as possible. Security should be, in a perfect world, like the wind, is what I say. Because when you think about the wind, whether it's out on the ocean or in the forest or what have you, or in a field, you cannot see the wind. You see the way that the wind impacts the world around you, right? The way that the trees sway or the waves move, but you don't actually see the wind itself. It just shapes the environment around it. That's how security should be. It should be something that shapes the way that development happens, but it doesn't get in the way of the vision that the company or the team has.
Cool.
I love that analogy. Wow. Security as wind. And GitHub, with all of its advanced security features, I kind of think like the things you were referring to, it addresses some of those. The other question I had for you, Keith, was how much time should we actually allocate to addressing security issues?
I often say the right amount of time, it will very much depend on the company, but I often say as a baseline, and not just security issues, by the way, I say technical debt issues or technical inflation issues is another topic for another day, is about 20%, right? So whether that's one sprint in 5 or whether that's Fridays, depending on the scale of the problems that you're facing, that's the right amount of time to start with. Ramp up as you need to for surge support, ramp down as you need to get those features out the door, but 20% is the right amount of time in all reality.
Cool. Awesome. So we've got time for one more question. I've got one more question to ask Divi, if you don't mind. It's an awesome question. It's an important one. So Keith, kudos for pronouncing Melbourne correctly when we were chatting on the back channel, all right? So you're talking about places you've been. So I've got one question to ask you. What's the coffee capital of the world?
Melbourne. For sure. 100%, you know, having been to 13 countries and, you know, not quite 6 of the 7 continents, 5 of the 7, it's still Melbourne, for sure.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. And thank you so much, Keith, for all that insights. Remember, folks, Keith will be in discussions for the next 30 minutes, so continue answering your questions and post it at githubuniverse.com/discussions and get more from Keith, all live. I hope all of you are having a good time. So tweet us, tag us. Daniel and I would love to hear from you. You can reach us at dfuguscio and Divya @Divya Vaishnavi. Again, thank you so much, Keith.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Keith.
So what's happening right now on the dev channel is community-powered security analysis with CodeQL. And on the play channel is making music with robots. Wow, that would be really interesting. I should go check that out after we do this. So bringing the next session is accelerating software development safely with GitHub Enterprise. GitHub Enterprise 3.0 has a ton of features for administrators. And given your enterprise customer base, Daniel, I'm sure you're getting excited about this one. Tell us more. Who's sharing about GitHub Enterprise?
Awesome. I am very, very honored to introduce a really good friend of mine, Maya Ross. She's the product director for enterprise at GitHub. She has a master's physics, you know, focusing on quantum mechanics, and she plays the oboe, which is so much better than me because I just play with toys. Look, folks, don't forget, engage with us on discussions, githubuniverse.com/discussions, and don't forget to rate this session. Really want that feedback. Need to know how we can do better next time around. So let's take it away, Maya.
Hello, that was an awesome introduction. Thank you so much. It's great to be here today. Hope you're all enjoying Universe. Got to check out the keynote earlier. And today I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about GitHub Enterprise. So myself and my colleagues spend a lot of time talking to administrators, people like Keith, who run DevOps tooling for their companies. And we know that you've got a lot to do. And it's pretty hard sometimes. You have to secure all your software and your applications across the supply chain. You need to help your teams to automate workflows so they can focus on what they do best. You need to try and build a culture of collaboration, virtual teams, communities of practice to help swarm around new ideas and products that you want to launch. And of course, you need to make sure that all of the tools you're responsible for are available, secure, and governed. And achieving those things is hard. At GitHub, we have one underlying philosophy for how we help companies, big and small, to achieve goals like these. And that is to empower developers with an integrated platform. And in this talk, I'm going to talk to you about how you can use some of the capabilities in GitHub Enterprise to achieve goals like that. But first of all, what are those capabilities? So those capabilities sit across 4 core pillars: coding, automation, security, and planning. And all of those sit on our kind of secure enterprise foundation that allows administrators to secure your code and access to it and to govern it through policies. It also enables you to build a community and crucially tap into the power of that github.com community. And I'm extremely pleased to say that all of these capabilities are now coming to Enterprise Server, to our thousands of customers running GitHub Enterprise in their own environments. Our Enterprise Server includes GitHub Actions, packages, advanced security code scanning and secret scanning, and also comes with support for our iOS and Android apps. Those apps are amazing. They have more than 1 million downloads, and they're going to enable developers to collaborate, check notifications, approve pull requests from, in bed, in the bath, on a bus, no matter where they are. But GitHub Enterprise sits across the cloud as well. We have a few hundred companies who are using GitHub Enterprise in a hybrid environment. So they're using both Enterprise Server and Enterprise Cloud together. And I'm going to show you some ways today that you can do that. So let's talk first of all about that Enterprise Foundation. So what is an enterprise account at GitHub? For those of you who haven't seen one before, we'll just go through these kind of basics. So an enterprise account is an umbrella around your users and around your organizations. For many companies, it's a way to consolidate different orgs that their teams have spun up in order to create one team and kind of one governed environment. And that secure umbrella for your team comes with a certain set of capabilities that help you secure and govern it. A couple that I'm going to walk through today are new. So verified domains and Git events in the Enterprise Cloud audit log are new capabilities just coming into beta now. So let's hop in and just do a quick demo of that enterprise account. Right, so here we have a Enterprise Cloud account, just a demo one that I have set up, and it has 4 organizations in it. You can have any number of orgs that you want. Some companies have 1, some companies have thousands or even tens of thousands, depending on how they want to manage their company. And each of these organizations can have different security and governance policies applied to them. I can also see all of the people in my company. So here I just have a company of 3 whole people, and I can see some security information about each person. Now, I mentioned that you can use Enterprise in a hybrid way. Here, one of the things you can do if you have both cloud and server is to see all of your users across both environments. And that is enabled through GitHub Connect. If I jump into my security settings, I can have a look at some of those IP security settings. So first of all, the one that most companies set up first is SAML authentication. This delegates authentication to your identity provider. Here I have this set up with Okta. So you can see I could sign in. Of course, it will just sign me straight in. Oh no, it won't. And that ensures that all of your enterprise assets can only be accessed by people signed in through your IDP. We've also recently added support for automated provisioning and deprovisioning for anyone using Okta. So this means that whenever somebody joins your organization or leaves it, their account will be created or removed automatically. This is particularly great when you're offboarding people and you want to remove access quickly. Their account will be removed from GitHub within minutes when it is removed from your IDP group. IP allow list is one of our more advanced conditional access policies, and it enables you to ensure that your enterprise resources can only be accessed by people in your corporate network. Here I have a couple set up. So moving on, let's have a look at verified domains. So as I mentioned, this is one of our newer features. It's just about to launch in beta. And what this enables you to do is to ensure that no data is lost through the email channel, essentially by verifying domains that you own. If you verify a domain, users will only be able to receive email notifications if they have an email address at one of those domains. So we can just add one briefly. You can see all I need to do is to add this to my DNS record, and then the domain will be verified within a couple of days. Hopping over to that audit log. So of course, the ability to audit the whole enterprise is crucially important. And here we have a single view of all events that are going on across all organizations and all users. As I mentioned, one of the big things that we've been working on this year is to add Git events to the Enterprise Cloud audit log. And I'm just going to show you briefly how that works. So first of all, many of our customers like to query the audit log through the API. So we can do that here. Quick example. Here, I just querying only Git events from my enterprise. And you can see it's bringing up Git fetch events, Git clone, and Git push events from across the enterprise. I can query both Git and GitHub events at the same time if you want to, or just one or the other. You can also export those Git events just here and your GitHub events. Next year, we'll be adding those Git events to this UI as well. Now let's just hop into one of my organizations. We're going to look at Octodemo platform. So here you can see we have a couple of repos. These are internal repos, which means they're visible by everyone across my enterprise. Internal repos are really the foundation of inner sourcing with GitHub. And one of these repos is building a company wiki. This is a company wiki built on private pages. Private pages, again, is another new feature which is in beta now and which is going to launch for everybody before the end of the year. And what it means is that you can create pages, just as you know and love them with GitHub, which are only accessible by people in your enterprise. And the visibility is built off the visibility of your repo. So this is an internal repo, which means the page built off it is visible by everyone in my enterprise. They're perfect for company wikis. In fact, we use a private page for the GitHub intranet and our engineering wiki. Here's a basic example. One of the other things I really like about private pages is this edit flow. So now, since I have write access on that repo, I can edit the private page directly from here, make changes, commit it, and then those changes will go live within just a couple of minutes. Really nice integrated workflow and great, especially for people who aren't so technical but need to maintain knowledge bases. Let's just go back to my wiki. Just want to touch briefly on some branch protection rules and how we're extending them. You might have seen a little bit of this in the keynote if you managed to watch it. So here I have a couple of branch protection rules set up, which means that any code changes need to be reviewed, first of all, by a third party, and then by my code owners, normally often a security or expert team, before they're merged in. GitHub has also recently expanded the same concept to environment protection rules. So if you're using GitHub Actions for your CI/CD flows, you can put in checks on environment deployments. Just have a quick look at that. Here I have another repo. It's set up with these environments, and my production environment has a environment protection rule, again saying that I need to have a couple of reviewers. Jump over to Actions. We can see a pull request that has been merged in and then deployed through my environments. And as per my rule, it has been approved by me. This is one of the biggest things that we've shipped in the last few months. Chris Pat is doing a talk deep diving into this new experience. I'd really encourage you to go watch it if you can. All right, so let's just hop back here. So there we have done a kind of brief overview of the enterprise account. But we talked a bit about reliability and availability. And we know that for our enterprise customers, this is really your priority number one. And 50 million people rely on GitHub to build and share their code. And the same platform, the same code that powers github.com also powers our GitHub enterprise offerings. We know from our GHES customers in particular that they're under a lot of pressure to administer this product, make it available to their company. And over the last year, we have been making big changes to work more in the open and more transparently at GitHub. We launched the GitHub Public Roadmap earlier this year. And in this vein, we're now announcing a new change to how we release Enterprise Server. So from Enterprise Server 3.0, we will start every feature release with a release candidate build. That's a build that's gone through full GitHub testing, but one that we're putting out there for you to pick up, test, try, bash around, and give us feedback on. And when we're happy based on your feedback that it is a very stable release, we'll GA it. I think this is going to make a big difference to the overall reliability of the product. And I'm excited for this change. If you have any thoughts on this, love to chat to you about it in a discussion later. So just moving on to those other pillars, I'm just going to do a quick whiz round some of the other main capabilities that you get through GitHub Enterprise. First of all, automation. So GitHub has really built the community standard for automation with GitHub Actions. Sure, you will have seen this before, but Actions is the #1 CI tool on github.com, and it's achieved that status in just a year after launching. And we now have 6,000 actions on the marketplace, which I just think is an amazing testament to how easy it is for developers to build actions. I'm going to show you quickly how you can start using Actions on the Enterprise server to do some very common workflows. All right, so here I have a Enterprise Server 3.0 instance spun up. And I'm going to talk, first of all, briefly about how you can set up some policies across your enterprise. So first of all, I'm going to decide which of my org should have access to Actions. This people usually decide based on managing cost, and I'm going to enable just my ML team to have it. I can also decide whether to allow all actions, including actions from the marketplace, just ones we've built, or select actions, for example, ones created by GitHub. I'm going to allow all actions, and the marketplace actions are going to be available to my private enterprise server instance because I have enabled GitHub Connect. So I've mentioned Connect a couple of times. One of the things it does now that we've launched Actions is bring all of those marketplace actions to make them available on server. I can also set my log retention period. I'm going to make that a long time. I don't want to lose any data. And then I'm going to set up a couple of self-hosted runners. So it's super easy to set up. Takes about 5 or 10 minutes to get all of your runners configured. Again, I can decide whether to make those runners available to the whole enterprise or just selected organizations. So let's just jump in and look at Actions working on one of my repos. Here I have a repo set up with a couple of Actions workflows already built in. Let's have a look at one of these. So first of all, I have a CI workflow. This CI workflow is going to run on every push or pull request on my self-hosted runners, and it's going to check out my code, run my CI tests. My second workflow is then going to run whenever I create a release. Again, on my self-hosted runners, it's going to check out my code, and it's going to publish a package to my package registry. We can see here the full workflow, search the logs, download them, makes debugging really easy if something goes wrong. If I want to set up a new action, all I do is click here, and immediately I have access to a bunch of templates. I mentioned those GitHub created actions, they're all here. In addition, we also have a template that my org administrator has made for me. It's a ML team CI workflow. And this is a workflow template that's available across my organization. Next year, we'll be adding enterprise-wide templates as well, which will be great, particularly for companies operating in more high compliance, high governed environments. All righty. So let's just go back. The next thing I wanted to cover briefly is security and how you can simplify and automate that. So as kind of Keith talked about just previously, finding and fixing vulnerabilities is really notoriously difficult. And This is very much a structural issue. We have 570 times more developers in the world than security researchers. And as we keep coding, we keep introducing new vulnerabilities. We're not getting any better at just naturally spotting vulnerabilities. So at GitHub, our approach to addressing this problem is to bring that community together with the right tooling to help you secure code. Now, our security capabilities have grown massively over the last year. Advanced Security offers both code scanning and secret scanning, which are automated security scanning tools. And in addition to that, our dependency alerts, automated security fixes, and the advisory database are making sure that both private and open source repos are staying secure. Let's have a brief look again at how this is operating on Enterprise Server 3.0. Okay, so here I have another Enterprise Server instance, and it has a repo set up. The first thing you'll notice is that we have found some security vulnerabilities in my dependencies. Now, this information is coming from the GitHub advisory database, which is on github.com. And it's coming to my private environment, again, through GitHub Connect. So we're bringing actions, we're bringing user information, and we're bringing the security information into your private environment through Connect. I also have those automated security scans running on my pull requests. And here, let's have a look to see what they found. So code scanning has found a few vulnerabilities. First, missing rate limiting. This is a vulnerability that can lead to DDoS attacks or brute force password attacks. CodeQL has found this issue, and the code scanning tool has also given me a bunch of recommendations on what I need to do to fix it. Now you can see all of the source code for these queries in this public CodeQL repo. And the queries here are written by GitHub staff and by the security researcher community. Here's an example of one that's under development right now, written by Jonathan, who is a GitHub staff and a security researcher in Boston. And through code scanning, we're going to bring his knowledge, expertise, and the work he's doing to contribute to this directly to your company. Going back, let's just look quickly at my secret scanning alerts. Secret scanning has picked up that I have put in 2 AWS secrets, and this is a very common way that customer data is stolen. It's let me know that it's found them, and if I've deployed that to production, I can rotate and revoke those secrets. If not, if I haven't deployed yet, hey, it's enabled me to avert what could become a big security breach for my company. Alrighty, so just going to wrap up. Previous slide. There we go. So we've gone through today the GitHub Enterprise Platform and how it provides a very integrated community power platform to help companies, administrators, and developers to achieve the kind of goals that we outlined. I hope that was a useful overview for you guys, and looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Maya. Now, folks, unfortunately, we couldn't quite wake up Maya to have a live Q&A today. So you know what I'm going to do, Divya? I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. What did you think was the most interesting thing about what Maya spoke about?
I think the best part was having everything that we have on github.com being available in GitHub Enterprise 3.0. Actions, policies, marketplace actions, advanced security, all of that. But if I have to talk about one thing which impacts all of us, would be the change in the process for the release pipeline to help increase reliability. So what we're going to have now is our release candidate builds, which you all can dog food, share your feedback, and post that we would GA it. And isn't that like the best model of adopting DevOps and shipping to learn?
Absolutely. You know, we do so much development, and to be able to, you know, have this capability now to ship it to you first before we release it generally, so that, we can deal with those edge cases that may come up, at the last minute. It's fantastic. I'm really looking forward to that. We've actually done it once already. We did it with a few customers, and it worked really well. So looking forward to doing that now, moving forward. Some of the things I'm really excited about is the visualization of the actions workflows, and the ability to approve a deployment before it goes out. We've had a lot of customers asking us for more powerful CD capability, and that literally lands right in that nest. And I'm really excited about that. The ability to do things like manage what actions can actually run within a particular repository is fantastic. All that automation around security, as Keith said earlier, it's just something that should be like the wind, right? It just is there, and it just shapes development, and it moves forward from there on in. So folks, you know what? We've got another great interview with one of our community stars that we want to show you right now. So let's hear from Gina Heusker.
Hi, my name is Gina Heuske, and I'm a software architect and also the project lead and main developer of a little project called Octoprint. Octoprint is an open source web interface for 3D printers that I created back in 2012 and which I've been maintaining ever since. And I am actually able to work on it full-time, 100% crowdfunded by the community, which is something that I never expect would work and which is, an absolutely awesome adventure. Coding has always been one of my passions since very early childhood, I gotta say. And once I got access to the internet, I started sharing all the little tools and apps that I created on there. And over the course of this, also learned about open source licenses, what they mean, what kind of things they allow and not allow, and the whole principles behind them, like sharing, open and free sharing of knowledge and giving back and all that. And at the same time, I also started then contributing to the one or other project, and it was simply just fun, and I kept doing that over the years and started my own. So I just gradually descended into this community and got hooked on it even before I even knew it was a thing, you could say. GitHub has enabled me to easily and efficiently also contribute to existing open source projects, as well as allowed me to collaborate with people from all over the world on my own projects. It has turned Git, the version control system, kind of mainstream, even to a point where people sometimes sadly confuse Git with GitHub and think they are the same thing or something. And while I personally think that it is very important to have decentralized repository and code storage, which Git by its nature kind of enforces, because every cloned repository is its own full-featured repository itself, and that no single company or no single platform should have total control over all the projects out there. I also think that having something like a global development hub that, GitHub de facto has made it extremely easy for people to enter the world of open source development and also take their first steps in there. And also to, in general, collaborate and contribute, because, you just have to understand how the GitHub issue tracker works, how pull requests work, and that just translates to such a huge number of projects then that it simply has sped up contributing so much in my personal experience. So that is pretty much what GitHub means to me. It has become this huge enabler of open source development. I recently have been made a GitHub star, and I'm very, very humbled still about that. And it's really amazing to get this kind of recognition for my work over the years. And I really hope to be able to help improve the platform as a whole through my feedback and my insight. And what I also hope to achieve a bit is making open source, female open source maintainers like myself a bit more visible overall, because sadly still the general stereotype of does open source must be male still persists strongly in the community and sometimes frankly drives me up the wall. With regards to what GitHub features I love, I will admit that I've fallen completely for GitHub Actions. I currently view them a bit as a hammer to every single nail that I encounter in the development space. when it comes to continuous integration or automation of any kind. And I really enjoy using them because they make it extremely easy to quickly get results and reusable ones to boot. And another GitHub feature that I really love is the extremely well-documented API, as it has enabled me to easily interact with GitHub when necessary in the past and present. So I built a bunch of tooling to help me with issue management. I also utilize the API in order to offer some kind of OTA notifications when a new release of my project is pushed, stuff like that. And that is really, really awesome to be able to do. With regards to features on my wish list for GitHub, I would say that, I really wish that the issue tracker was a bit more dynamic or flexible with regards to allowing me to define fields that have to be filled in, maybe with some pre-filled options for components, for example, which are bug effects or something like that, checkboxes that have to be set, and if they have not been set, then the ticket cannot be submitted. Same for log files that have to be uploaded or the ticket cannot be submitted, because right now I have this issue template that gets pre-filled, but a lot of people just delete it. And it is a bit of a wall of text because it explains in detail where to find the information that I'm asking for, because otherwise my experience has been that people just ask, but where do I find that? And then I have to continuously explain it again. And this wall of text actually now has people scared people a bit. So that is also not the perfect solution. And also trying to validate issues that are submitted with a bot after the fact is also a bit of a frustrating experience for users, because they just submitted this thing and sent it off and thought everything was fine. And our bot comes and tells them, hey, by the way, this is not a bug report or not a complete bug report. We need this, and this information. It would be nice if if there was some way, maybe via a YAML front matter or something like that, for me to define some kind of form that has to be filled in. And instead of this free-form text box that is a bit overwhelming to many people. Apart from that, let me just say to everyone working on GitHub, please just keep being awesome and listening to your users. You have a stellar track record for this over the past couple of years. And I'm just looking forward excitedly to what might still come. Thank you. Bye.
Wow, that was awesome. Thank you so much, Gina. Folks, again, Maya's not going to be in discussions for the next 30 minutes. But please hop in there and, ask those questions. We've got subject matter experts on hand available. Divya's pointing right at it right now, so you should know exactly where to go. And so let's move on. Well, it's getting to the end of the day. I think everyone's getting a little tired, so there's the odd glitch going on there, but it's all good. Awesome, folks. Don't forget, we've got those 4 channels to check out. We've got the enterprise channel, the developer channel, the university channel for all those students, and the play channel just for fun. Now, you're in that enterprise channel if you haven't figured it out by now, but feel free to pop in and pop out of those other channels. Come back and visit us at any time. All right, so let's now move on to our next session. Now, you might have heard a little bit about security earlier, but let's go a bit deeper now. Let's do a bit of a roundup here. So what we've got here is an advanced security roundup. It's going to give you all the latest and greatest that's going on in the area of GitHub Advanced Security. But Divya, tell us all about Justin.
So joining us, telling us all about detailed about security is our very own Justin Hutchings. He's a staff product manager at GitHub, worked on security features like Advisor Database. So folks, remember to engage with us on discussions. Justin's already around and waiting to hear all your questions. Don't forget to rate the sessions. We really value your feedback, and find the yellow star next to join discussions at the bottom of this page. Over to you, Justin.
Hi, and welcome to the GitHub Advanced Security Roundup. I'm Justin Hutchings, and I'm a product manager on GitHub's security team. Today, I'll give you a very brief introduction to the state of software security, tell you about some of the things GitHub has been working on that can really help you protect yourselves from the modern security threats that are out there. So let's start by touching base on the state of software security. And I need to acknowledge, I can't tell you everything about software security in a 20-minute talk. We could spend hours on any one chunk. Here at GitHub, we're really focused on understanding security from the developer's point of view, because empowering developers to build secure code is one of the best ways to move the needle on your security story. Now, there's a ton of great data in the State of the Octoverse report this year, but one of the things that I like to point out is how developers introduce security vulnerabilities at a relatively constant rate with every line of code that's written. And that's not me criticizing developers. I don't write the code, and I know just how hard it is. This should really underscore that writing secure software is really hard. It doesn't matter how smart your team is. It doesn't matter, how well you hire. There's a reason that MITRE has so many different CWE buckets. It's because as humans, we tend to introduce the same kinds of problems over and over again. Another great source for context on the ecosystem is Vericode's State of Software Security report. And that tells us that around 83% of applications have at least one security vulnerability in them. So if you're not doing something to go and find those and mitigate them, you're putting your users at risk. Whether that's open source or enterprise software, that could be a real problem. But there's reason for hope. And that's because organizations that adopt DevSecOps practices run security scans daily reduce their mean time to remediate security problems by around 72% versus organizations that run, just a few times a year. And that's a big difference in terms of how long your users are exposed, as well as just how secure you are overall. So that's why we at GitHub have been hard at work with a collection of security solutions that we call GitHub Advanced Security. Within GitHub Advanced Security, we've got three major product areas. The first is secure dependencies. And this is your classic software composition analysis, or SCA capabilities. They help you track the software you depend on for vulnerabilities. Considering that, as much as 90% of the code on GitHub depends on open source, vulnerabilities in your supply chain are more important than ever. The next area is secure code. And this is our set of features that handle static analysis security testing, or SAST. While SCA looks for vulnerabilities in code you depend on, SAST looks for vulnerabilities in code you wrote by analyzing that code and finding bad patterns and data flows. Finally, secure secrets. We know credential leaks are a huge problem, both for security and reliability reasons. Have you ever tried to roll keys on an app where someone hard-coded credentials into the source code instead of putting them into the key vault? It's not going to be a good day. You're going to cause an outage, and everyone's going to be unhappy. So let's drill in. With secure dependencies, we've got three capabilities that are going to make your life a lot easier. The first one is Dependabot. Dependabot is our trusty robot that watches for vulnerabilities and sends you automated pull requests to help keep things up to date. Dependency review is a brand new capability that we unveiled here today. You might have seen Nat speak about it earlier. This helps give code reviewers insights about the dependencies in your pull requests. And then finally, the dependency graph, which is the plumbing that makes all this possible on GitHub. So Dependabot is a terrific service because it really makes fixing vulnerabilities so easy. It starts by telling you when there are security vulnerabilities in your dependencies. But what makes it special is that it generates a pull request that updates you to the minimum secure version of your dependency, and it even shows you a compatibility score, so you can get a better idea of whether this is likely to cause problems in your app. We do this because for every one of these pull requests on a public repository, we look at the CI results associated with the repos that are impacted. And then we can aggregate all those insights at GitHub scale to say whether this particular change is likely to cause any problems for you. And this is super effective. We see that repositories that use Dependabot fix their vulnerabilities 1.4 times faster than repositories without it. Dependency review is a brand new capability as well, and this is going to be rolling out over the next few weeks. This is an experience we've added to your pull requests that helps the developers reviewing your code understand the impact of changes in the dependencies in a pull request. Now, this could be as simple as telling you what dependencies you have, all the way through helping you understand whether there are vulnerabilities or whether it has a license that's compatible with your business. We all know somebody that's going to be upset when you check in some GPL-v3. This feature is free for open source repositories, and it's available as part of advanced security for our enterprise customers. Finally, the dependency graph is what makes all of our dependency security features possible. It does this by scanning the manifest files for supported package managers and then building out a graph of all the software you depend on. Now, we've got great coverage here. We currently support NPM and Yarn for JavaScript, Maven for Java, NuGet for .NET developers, Composer for UPHP developers, RubyGems for Ruby, and then PyPy for Python. And so for most of you, we've got something. And of course, this is an area that we're constantly looking to improve. So let's look at secure code now. I'll tell you about a few of the things that set us apart. First, code scanning. This is our integrated developer experience for running SaaS tools and visualizing those results inside developer workflows. Next, we've got CodeQL, which is GitHub's own semantic code analysis engine. And it's the backbone of our secure code offerings. And last, we built our code scanning experience to interoperate with lots of third-party analyzers. So we'll tell you about some of those. Now, if you've ever tried to ask a developer who is otherwise really busy to take security problems seriously, you know how tough it can be because you're competing against so many other priorities. That's why we've made it really easy to view results in code scanning. Super easy by integrating those alerts into pull requests and making sure that developers are only blocked when they introduce a net new vulnerability in their code. That way, when you have a lot of security debt, it's not going to come up every day. It's not going to slow you down. It's still there, and we hope you'll fix it, but it's not in your way. Code scanning is the best and easiest way to run CodeQL or other analysis tools on GitHub. We've integrated with both the Actions CI system as well as some third-party CI systems using a simple CLI. Code scanning is generally available in cloud, and as Maya mentioned in the previous section, will be generally available in the upcoming Enterprise Server 3.0 release as well. CodeQL is the semantic analysis engine that powers our own security analysis. Now, a lot of static analysis tools out there do things like use regular expressions or look at bytecode to try and figure out what's happening. CodeQL, we actually map all the code in your repository into a graph database. And this is special because it allows security researchers to reason over that code and develop queries that can find really complicated vulnerabilities with really high precision. We've open sourced more than 2,000 CodeQL queries on GitHub. And we work with partners across the community to improve these to reduce false positives, as well as improve coverage of new types of vulnerabilities. In fact, we've been focused on reviewing the set of CVEs that have been published over the last couple of years and whether our queries would have caught them. As of today, we find that about 24% of recent JavaScript CVEs out there would have been caught by a default CodeQL query on GitHub. And that may not sound like a lot, but go and look how many CVEs there are for JavaScript. It's a lot. And this can really help improve your security posture. Now, CodeQL currently supports 7 of the top programming languages out there. including C, C++, C#, Go, JavaScript, Java, Python, and TypeScript, of course. We're working on expanding this coverage soon, so I'll just say keep an eye on the roadmap for a little more information there. We're also detecting more than 160 CWEs, or common weaknesses. This includes all the classic problems that you know to look for, like cross-site scripting or denial of service. And I mentioned security researchers earlier, and I think it's an important point to drill in on. The GitHub Security Lab is a coalition we've built with the security research community to help find new vulnerabilities and get them responsibly patched. We've been running a bounty program to encourage participation, and to date, our researchers have found 186 CVEs, including ones like this remote code execution vulnerability Alvaro uncovered in Germany's COVID-19 contact tracing software. And this is the sort of stuff that the security lab does every day. They're going out and trying to innovate to find new vulnerabilities that we can then bring back and inoculate your software against using CodeQL. Of course, we're big believers in defense in depth, which is why we built code scanning to be interoperable from the start. We've been engaging with the broader community of security tool vendors and open source projects to make it really easy to add in scenarios like container scanning, using a tool like Anchor or Trivy or Sneak, doing config as code scanning, so your YAML and HashiCorp files are all protected, or even performing analysis on additional languages with open source tools like Brakeman, or with any of these commercial products that are in the sidebar. We've done this by building against an open standard that makes it really easy for you to plug in your own tools as well. Now, the reason this is so important is because by bringing all of this together in one user experience, we're making it easier than ever to get security challenges in front of developers before they're a problem for your users. Rounding things out, I want to tell you just a little bit about our secure secret capabilities with secret scanning for both public and private repos. Now, you may know that we've been scanning public repos for secrets for the last couple of years. You might have even seen an email when you made your own mistake checking in an AWS key. Once you check a secret into a public repository and push that to GitHub, you've got to consider it compromised. There's no coming back from that. So secret scanning in public repos is integrated with more than 30 partners who review potential matches in those public repositories and then revoke the secrets from the server side before they can be used maliciously. We're still seeing more than 100,000 potential secrets per week in public repositories because this is such an easy mistake to make. And we're using that exact same infrastructure to help enterprise developers identify secrets in their private code as well. This scans the full history of your repositories, and it provides users with a native experience for triaging secrets that we find in your code. Now, as much as this is a security feature, it's also a reliability feature. I mentioned earlier, rotating secrets can be really problematic if you've got secrets checked into your code. That can cause big problems because maybe one of your microservices doesn't use the key vault and the other ones do. So you flip the switch and all of a sudden you've got an outage. Secret scanning is available in beta on both cloud and the upcoming GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0 release. So it's there for you to try, and we hope you will. I mentioned partners for secret scanning, and we've got a ton of them. We're working with everyone from big clouds like AWS, Azure, or Google, through developer tools like NPM, Twilio, HashiCorp, or Pulumi. This list is growing all the time as more and more companies work to help their users avoid security risks in the cloud. All it takes is some regular expressions and a webhook endpoint. So if your service produces tokens, I would definitely recommend reaching out to us, and we'd be happy to partner with you. That was a very quick summary of some of our security features. And as you leave here today, I want you to go back and review some of your code security best practices. Are you monitoring dependencies? Are you looking at your code or your secrets? If you're not, I'd ask that you jump on over to github.com/features/security so you can learn more about what we have. Of course, I'd be remiss not to mention just a ton of additional security talks that have already aired at GitHub Universe today. These talks go into more detail about things like CodeQL or dependency review. And if you'd like to learn more, I definitely encourage you to catch up on those videos later on the webcast. So with that, thank you, and back to the host.
Thank you so much, Justin. Such an awesome ride of GitHub Advanced Security full roundup. Folks, remember, please rate the session, give your feedback. All of us, including Justin, want to learn more. So let's start with the Q&A. The first one, Justin, for you is from Omkar, and he wants to know, is Dependabot available for GitHub Enterprise Server? And if it is it charged? How do we go about installing it and everything around it?
Yeah, so the features that we have for software composition analysis on Enterprise Server are a little limited and a little different than what you have on cloud. So Dependabot's automated version updates are not available. But we do offer the security alerting capabilities. All of this happens on your local appliance. So you set up a thing called GitHub Connect. This pulls down data from the GitHub advisory database, and then the dependency graph runs locally on your server to figure out if you have any dependencies, and then it queries that data that it downloaded. So all of that happens on the server, and you can get those security alerts, but you've got to write your own patches on Enterprise Server right now. The roadmap has an item coming up where we will be bringing Dependabot version updates to Enterprise Server in the near future. So definitely check that out on the roadmap.
That's a good call, and it's a quick shout out, folks. We have a public roadmap at github.com/github/roadmap, if I remember. So definitely go and have a look at that. There's a project board there. It categorizes everything. It's fantastic. Anyway, Justin, I got a question from my very good friend, Andre. He knows who he is. What's the difference between Dependabot and CodeQL?
That's a fantastic question. So, we bought both of them, interestingly enough, but they do totally different things. So Dependabot is our software composition analysis tool. It helps developers patch and find vulnerabilities in their dependencies. So if you've got an Electron app that you wrote and Electron publishes a new CVE, it's going to give you the patch that gets you to a secure version. CodeQL, on the other hand, that's a static analysis security testing tool. And so that will go build your code, analyze that all into a graph, allow security researchers to query it, and then give you alerts on vulnerabilities that you actually wrote. So that's the difference. Dependabot is on vulnerabilities in other people's code, and CodeQL is on vulnerabilities in yours.
A very much related one, and again from Andric, is how does CodeQL actually work under the hood? Like what happens during the scan?
Yeah, so I mentioned that it breaks things down into a graph, and that's legitimately what it does. If you're using an interpreted language like JavaScript, it scans all that code, it reads all that into memory, builds out that graph so that it can understand, which methods call which methods, how different variables get used, where the data that's in them came from, and what have you. Now, once you have that data set, though, it doesn't do anything for you until you figure out behaviors that are bad. And so we have this huge set of queries that's up on github.com/github/CodeQL. And these are a bunch of security rules that we've put in. So for example, if you have a string that's populated from the UI, that's your source of the data, and you drop that into a SQL string without sanitizing it at all, that's a SQL injection attack. And so they can actually write queries that say, find me strings that come from a user-controlled source that go into a SQL sink. And that's a really popular security vulnerability that CodeQL can actually catch based on that.
Wow.
Awesome. Look, enough questions from Andre. He's had his moment in the sun. I'm going to ask you a couple of other questions, or at least one here. From Wenthang, is the process for advanced security, such as secret scanning, does that happen on GitHub Enterprise Server itself, or is it done back in the cloud via something like GitHub Connect?
Yeah, so the advanced security features that we have, everything that we've brought to GitHub Enterprise Server, all happens on the appliance. So you could be air-gapped, you could be, running in a government, dark ops lab or something like this. None of the data is ever going to leave your instance, and that's really important because we want you to have that sort of confidence that your code is your code. It's safe, it's secure, it abides by all your rules. And so we run all of those checks internally on your server.
I think most folks on the enterprise channel would want to know this. Like, how can I customize or extend what we have for code scanning? How can I add my own custom tool?
So code scanning, we built it by default as an interoperable tool. And that means we built against a standard called the Serif standard, Static Analysis Results Interchange format. And so any tool can go and produce this. It's just a JSON file. And then they can upload that back to us using either an included GitHub action that we have or the API that we support, which is code scanning/serifs. You post that, it puts that data in, we parse it, we do all the state management, we handle if someone says it's a false positive, we do all the deduping so that it only happens in the right pull requests. So it's really easy. If you've got any sort of results output on a scanning tool, just convert that to Serif and upload it, and your developer is going to be so much happier.
Oh, that's
Wow,
awesome.
that's
Hey, speaking
really
of,
foresight.
oh,
Go ahead, Daniel. Sorry, I just got excited.
that's okay. That's all right. I did get excited because something occurs to me that I want to ask. Can folks actually contribute to CodeQL queries? Like, does just GitHub ship them and that's it, and we can't add our own or anything like that?
Of course. I mean, we've actually open sourced all these queries, and that's one of the things that we think is so important, is that we're a community powered security tool, which means that we'll do the best we can to make the best set of queries that we possibly can. But ultimately, we know that the world of software is huge. There are going to be libraries and tools and patterns out there that we're not going to foresee. And so anybody can make contributions. You can just go to that CodeQL repository up on GitHub, and you can make any contributions you like. We've also got great samples and tools available. If you go to the GitHub Security Lab website, you'll find all the details on exactly how to write those queries, test them before you make those contributions back.
Okay, and how can I try out dependency review?
So dependency review is brand new. It's going to be rolling out over the next couple weeks. So it depends on your user ID, whether you have it today or you'll have it in a week. But what'll happen is just create a new pull request in a public repo that changes a manifest file in a supported file format. So like a package lock JSON, and then go to that pull request, and then you want to click that little files rendered tab in the pull request under files change, and you'll see all the details on that particular dependency that you just changed.
Cool.
Can't wait to get my hands on it. Before we let you go, Justin, one more question. Like, any secret sauce or anything that you've not shared with all of us here yet?
Well, so, let me just drop a little plug that if folks are curious about kind of where we're going, they should definitely check out the roadmap. One thing that we have been working on is we're working on bringing some new languages to CodeQL, a new language to CodeQL. And I don't want to say what it is. I don't want to break the anticipation. If you go up to the roadmap and check it out, you'll see the next language in line to get CodeQL support. And we want to welcome that community with open arms for some great security testing when we get that done.
Okay, so no secrets revealed. Thank you so much, Justin, for all the discussions. And folks, remember, next 30 minutes, Justin is around with us answering all your questions. So post away at GitHub Discussions, githubuniverse.com/discussions. Thank you again, Justin.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Daniel, can you believe it? We are at the end of day one. Thank you everyone for joining in. This has been an awesome day. A lot of great discussions, talks, speakers. We hope you, like us, had the same excitement, learning, inspiration, and all of that. Check this great tweet from Carlo Gilmer, if I'm pronouncing that right, that illustrates his learnings for the day. Oh, wow. I love that
That's awesome.
artwork. That's such a beautiful doodle. GitHub has such a creative community. I wish I could get like 10% creative like that. That would be awesome. We've
Amazing.
got a lot more in store for you tomorrow. So check out the schedule at githubuniverse.com/schedule. And we've got great themes coming up too. So tomorrow is all about DevOps. It's actually truly inspiring, the transformation DevOps brings in companies and cultures. So remember and don't miss it out. On Friday, that is day 3, is all about developer experiences. So Daniel, can you add more color on what's up for tomorrow?
Absolutely, Divya. So the first thing I just want to say, though, before I do that is, folks, there's so much more to GitHub Enterprise and GitHub generally than dark mode. Like, we're watching this stream and everybody is just talking about dark mode. But don't forget, Codespaces, dependency review, all of that is there as well, just to make your job as developers so much easier. So, folks, coming up on day 2, because I've made my own schedule, is that in the enterprise channel, we have managing test environments with GitHub, GitOps, and GitHub Actions. How we at GitHub actually use GitHub to plan and track work. We have a great presentation from the people at Home Depot. Over on the developer channel, we have getting traction with GitHub Actions. I love GitHub Actions, so I'm going to go watch that replay later on. We have observability, superpowers for developers, and then also a little session on how to keep secrets and manage secrets in your infrastructure pipeline. Over on the Play channel, we've got seeing the data around us. We have rapid prototyping for developers. And then we have a bit of a fireside chat, how to disrupt when disruption actually comes for you. Now, folks, if you didn't make your own schedule today, you can make one for tomorrow by going to the Universe website and checking out each channel. And getting an itchy nose, must be getting to the end of the day. Now, if you have made one, share it on social media to let everybody else know what you're doing. And I want to thank our sponsors again. They've done great demos, great giveaways. They just want to help you use, GitHub Enterprise, GitHub, and make as much out of it as you possibly can. I also want to give a shout out to Kaysen, our stage manager, who's been doing this job now for 17 hours today. He started off with the North American session, and he's now with us working in the APAC session. So, dude, we love you. Thank you so much. And finally, Divya, take us to the final session for today.
Yeah, +1. All cheers to Kaysen. So at GitHub, we start with 1 and we end with fun. So what we're bringing in as the last session is Reeps 1, aka Harry Yef. Fun fact, actually, Daniel, I don't know if you know, Harry was a tournament chess player and turned beatboxer. He's actually recently completed an artist residency with Harvard, as well as part of the experiment in art and technology program at Bell Labs. What's going to be really interesting is in this session, Reeps 1 would have no control over the AI replies. So he has to continuously adapt and improvise. So it's a conversation with audio like no other, blurring the lines between music and dialogue, created specially for all of you, all of us here at GitHub Universe. So stick around after the performance for the final post-show wrap-up with none other than Kyle. So go enjoy the last session, get some rest post that, digest the food for thought that we shared with you today, and we'll see all you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
See you all tomorrow, everyone. Bye-bye.
Artistically, and most importantly, as an opportunity to push the very idea of what it means to be an expert. I hope you enjoy.
La
Ready? Okay, ready?
Hello, everybody. It's the end of day one of GitHub Universe 2020. And because you've stuck around, you're in for a treat. And if you missed a bunch of today, well then, I'm really going to knock your socks off. Go grab a beverage of your choice, kick back. This is the GitHub Universe Highlight Show. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the GitHub Universe Highlight Show. I'll be your host, Kyle Daigle. Over the next 15 minutes, I'll be sharing some of the highlights from today, including our huge keynote and all of its announcements, highlights from the 17 talks that you definitely can't miss, our absolutely killer play track, and of course, I'll have you completely ready to go for tomorrow's session of GitHub Universe, which kicks off at 9 a.m. Pacific. I know, it's a little fast to be worrying about tomorrow, but I don't want you to miss out on any of our totally virtual GitHub Universe this year. But before we worry about what's coming, let's sink our teeth into what's already happened. Kicking off today, Nat, Neha, Ryan, Diana, and Brian gave us a jam-packed overview of what it's like to use GitHub these days. We've made quite a few changes in the past few years that make GitHub more useful day to day, easier to get your daily work done, and hopefully a little bit more enjoyable too. Kicking off the keynote, we announced that GitHub Discussions is now available in public beta to help you and your communities collaborate together. Okay, should be clipped too. Can we kill this?
And I catch up with my favorite communities. GitHub Discussions makes this so easy. We announced it a few months ago as a great place for Q&A and open-ended conversations, and today we're announcing that every open source community can try GitHub Discussions with our new public beta. Just head to your repo settings and turn it on right now. We've learned a ton from the communities that have already been using Discussions, and we've added some great new features like customizable categories and native support in our mobile apps. It's awesome.
Sorry about that. That was a little bit of a bigger view in the keynote, showing you how mobile and Discussions are now available for you in public beta. They're a great complement to GitHub Issues for planning your tracking and your work. Try out the features that Nat mentioned, like customizable categories and native support within our mobile apps. GitHub's upcoming dependency review tool is going to give you a clear view of the security vulnerabilities you're bringing in with all of those dependencies. And what's a better way to support the creators and maintainers of those open source dependencies than by supporting them via GitHub sponsors? GitHub Sponsors has paid millions of dollars directly to developers for their open source work. But today, we're going full business and upping the ante. GitHub Sponsors for companies will help organizations join in supporting the open source ecosystem and helping keeping it strong for many years to come. And a special thank you to companies like AWS, American Express, Daimler, Indeed, New Relic, Notion, Stripe, Substack, and many more for joining us in this launch to support our open source community. Now, if you've ever wanted to code while you're out and about, or maybe on that underpowered computer when you're visiting a family member, we have a solution for you too. No more with messy onboarding. You get a complete developer environment with just a few clicks with GitHub Codespaces.
GitHub Codespaces gives me a complete dev environment right in my browser, even on an iPad. It's like an infinite dev box configured in code, just how you need it.
And alongside GitHub's mobile app, available for iOS and Android, you have a complete developer environment and the best developer tools in the world on your phone or tablet, just a couple of taps away. And on top of all these features, we have a bunch of new workflow improvements that are going to speed up your time to production while also making sure you have all the checks and balances your process needs.
Now, when your branch protection rules are met, your change is approved, and your checks are green, GitHub can automatically merge your pull request for you. Just tell GitHub how you want to merge with a commit, rebase, or squash, and we'll make it happen.
Also, the GitHub Actions to require manual approvals for action workflows. You can set protection rules and give each environment dedicated secrets. That means you can make shipping painless while also making sure authorized team members can deploy to production.
These new improvements are so good. At GitHub, we're able to use auto merge to get pull requests into their action workflows faster than ever for some projects. And for parts of the app that need a little bit more review, manual approvals allow us to check our test deployments before letting our continuous deployment workflows take over for us. GitHub Actions is now a full-featured CI and CD platform ready for you to use. I can't wait to get these features into your hands, because sometimes it's the little things that make the biggest difference. And finally, if you use GitHub on premises, we're bringing all these amazing features to GitHub Enterprise Server with our new release, GitHub Enterprise Server 3.0, including GitHub Actions, packages, code scanning, and more. We'll catch up with Maya's talk covering all of these new features in just a few minutes. You can learn more about Enterprise at enterprise.github.com. Oh, and one more thing. Let's shine a huge light on something that's a little dark, GitHub Dark Mode.
Whoa. What was that?
Are you okay?
Is it real? It's awesome.
I gotta up my slipper game after watching that. I know you've been asking, begging, pleading for this feature for a while, and we're happy to announce that it's here. GitHub Dark Mode is available now, today, right this minute. Either use your system settings or the settings within GitHub to quickly enjoy the dark, dark bliss of a much darker coding experience. I promise as soon as I'm out from behind all these lights, I'll be turning on dark mode too. And you all loved the announcements, that much is clear. Let's take a dive into your hot takes on social media and see what you all thought about the keynote. I'd love for you to share what you're loving or finding exciting about GitHub Universe. All you need to do is tag it with the hashtag GitHub Universe, and your tweets and Instagrams might show up in our highlight show as well. All right, let's take a look at what you thought. First of all, meet Bruno, a cat programmer who seems to really be enjoying, or maybe is utterly confused by the play track performance, I'm not sure. I love seeing where you all were watching from home today, and Bruno, please stick around for day 2. Moving on, Brady's family was a little confused by his big excitement for GitHub Dark Mode. Listen, I think I could hear all of you from my house, and this room is pretty soundproofed. I assume you explained to them the utter importance of Dark Mode, Brady. And finally, Sunny caught a line from Nat in the keynote about how GitHub sponsors can let open source developers work for the internet. We already have many developers on GitHub sponsors making 6 figures full time, which is awesome. And maybe not quite a cat and mouse duo, but now we have Boris watching GitHub Universe from Miles's house. And I think he's taken a liking to Martin and Dana. Boris should meet Bruno and then Mona. Feels like we have a whole programming cartoon on our hands. Share what you're thinking. What was your favorite part of Universe? Use the GitHub Universe hashtag. I'd love to feature you in the show. Moving on, we also had 17 talks today, covering the gamut of topics, from more info on GitHub Codespaces, an easy and powerful way to do development from a web browser, to how you can do secure development, whether you're working on github.com or GitHub Enterprise. I wanted to share a few of my favorite moments from the talks, but you can see all the talks on replay by going to githubuniverse.com. As you saw in the keynote, Codespaces is the best way to both edit and run your code with the power of VS Code right inside your browser. Earlier today, Bailey, Matthew, and Allison shared how you can start writing new code, run your tests, run your actual application, and then deploy to production from almost any browser.
In line with the specified license, maintenance risks if a dependency is no longer supported and you don't have a viable alternative, and other risks as well. So to make the dependencies that you pull in...
Personally, I'm looking forward to not fumbling around when I set up a new code base, and I'm really excited to be able to use my laptop or an iPad to develop while linked to a VM in the cloud. Be sure to check out both the replays from both the Codespaces talks to learn more, or just go and sign up today. You can find the link at github.co/codespaces, or just head on over to github.com. Okay, now we have a new feature that is very important related to security. Now, what is one thing that basically every new feature has? It's code. And what does almost every piece of code eventually have? Security vulnerabilities. During today's talks, a bunch of our speakers shared how GitHub, their companies, and many open source communities are trying to make it easier to write secure code much, much earlier in the process. Here's Maya sharing how GitHub can help make it even easier.
That means that instead of having to identify, examine, triage the vulnerabilities and dependencies yourself, with these features, with dependency graph, Dependabot alerts, and Dependabot security updates enabled, managing a new vulnerability is as simple as merging PRs from Dependabot.
If we haven't convinced you yet, security is more than just something you need to worry about. It's something that you need to consider from the very beginning of your development project. And Keith from Thermo Fisher Scientific thinks you need to treat security as an actual feature.
This is kind of like the faucet that you go to or the sink that you may go to. And when you turn that left knob, you expect the water to be hot. That's universally true. You didn't have to ask anyone for it, and you didn't have to tell the plumber to install it that way. It's just the way that that operates. And so in a lot of ways, that's the way that people think of security today. Is
Now, Maya William shared how we can keep vulnerabilities out of our code, and Keith talked about the importance of security as a feature. What happens when, you leak a production secret into the code base? Look, don't judge me. You've done it. I've definitely done it. But luckily for us, Sasha shares how GitHub code scanning protects us from getting into this big mess at all.
Well, if you as a user check in your code and that code actually contains a secret, so we actually run different regular expressions from known secret scanning partners to identify if something you committed actually matches one of these secrets.
You're not mining any Bitcoin on my dime, I'll tell you that. All the many tokens I've pushed up have already been revoked by GitHub and its partners. Thanks to computers being both wonderful and completely and utterly terrible, Spencer from the Metasploit project spoke about how to write an exploit module and then check it against targets for vulnerabilities. Here's Spencer describing why he finds working on Metasploit so interesting.
I talked a lot about writing the exploits, and that's really where it's at. I always find that incredibly exciting because you're tinkering with things, and it's oftentimes a puzzle where you're trying to create content to leverage functionality or a feature or a bug in a way that it wasn't originally intended to be leveraged. So
Special thank you to Spencer and the Metasploit team for building such a powerful tool. GitHub's been working hard to bring you more features that keep your code secure before it gets into production. And during their talks today, Boz, Xavier, and Justin shared how we're helping developers use GitHub Advanced Security. And Boz and Xavier shared how the community is using CodeQL to find more novel vulnerabilities than ever before. To learn more about CodeQL, head on over to securitylab.github.com and be sure to check out the full talks from today and dive into how you can use CodeQL yourself to find all the vulnerabilities that you can think of in your own code. And of course, check out github.com/security to learn more about all the ways GitHub can help you with secure development. And finally, if you're a GitHub Enterprise customer, there are amazing features, workflow improvements, and security automation coming to you in our next release. Here's one of the many demos from this talk showing off the new private pages feature to make inner sourcing even easier.
This is a company wiki built on private pages. Private pages, again, is another new feature which is in beta now and which is going to launch for everybody before the end of the year. And what it means is that you can create pages, just as you know and love them with GitHub, which are only accessible by people in your enterprise.
There's more where that came from, though. Just to name a few, we've got GitHub Actions on premises, automated code and secret scanning alerts, conditional access policies to better lock down your environment, and extended branch protection rules that are environment aware. There's too much for me to cover here. You should check out Maya's whole talk as a replay. And best of all, these features will all be available to you in a release candidate starting next week. In our third track of sessions, the university track had sessions today aimed at student developers, like a talk from Emoju Miller, technical advisor to the CEO, about the myth of innate technical ability, and a talk from Mike Swift, CEO and co-founder of Major League Hacking, about how everything you think you know about tech internships is wrong. If you're a student and interested in diving in yourself, head on over to the university track to prep for day 2. And phew, if 3 tracks of talks and sessions weren't enough for you, did you take a look at the play track? The play track has some of the coolest, most artistic uses of technology that we could find, and we are so excited to bring you more this year. And check this out. This is Sarah Davis, who also goes by DJ Dave on Spotify. Go check that out. She's live coding this amazing track that helped kick off GitHub Universe. The GitHub team was so loving every second of this performance, and so were you on Twitter. Be sure to check out her performance and all of the amazing performances on the play track tomorrow. I promise you, they are worth a watch and listen. All right, we've covered the keynote, the talks, the 4 tracks, and all the performances from today. How about we take a look at what's coming tomorrow? To help us out with that, I've invited Liz Sailing, Director of Software Engineering, to tell us a little bit about what she'll be helping to present tomorrow. Hey, Liz.
Hey, Kyle.
Thank you so much for joining me after such a busy day. So I know we worked together a bit on paying down some of GitHub's technical debt over this summer alongside so much of GitHub engineering. Can you give us a little sneak peek of what you'll be talking about tomorrow?
Absolutely. I am so excited to share with you how we coordinated the efforts of dozens of engineering teams and hundreds of engineers to pay down technical debt here at GitHub, that we were able to significantly invest in the state of our software and our systems and making it faster and easier to build and ship GitHub. And even I was in the middle of it, right, while it happened. And I love seeing what we put in place to keep improving on this new and improved state. So if you're interested in how we do DevOps here and the metrics that we watch to know how we're doing, and frankly, if you just want to hear from a couple of the amazing engineering leaders that I get to work with, come hang out with us tomorrow as we talk about how we came together to tackle our technical debt.
Well, Liz, there is snow on the ground here in Connecticut, but in your honor, I put on my nerdiest Hawaiian shirt. I hope you're in a much warmer situation than I am today.
I am. It's a balmy, let's see, 79 degrees here in Kona. Maybe that'll be my talk for next year at Universe, is how we can all work from amazing paradisical locations.
See, now you're talking. Thank you so much, Liz.
You bet.
And you can watch Liz, Keith, and KK's talk about reducing GitHub's technical debt tomorrow on the developer track at 10:30 a.m. Pacific. Along with Liz's talk, there are a bunch of great talks for you to check out tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Pacific. You can learn more about visual tests on every pull request from Angie Jones. At 10 a.m. Pacific, join GitHub's own Brian Douglas, who will help you get traction with GitHub Actions. And finally, check out the newest continuous deployment features that you saw in today's keynote at 11:45 a.m. Pacific with Chris Patterson. Thank you so much for joining me for today's GitHub Universe Highlight Show. I'd love to hear your highlight from today. Use the hashtag GitHub Universe and feel free to mention me, Kay Daigle, and you might end up in tomorrow's show. GitHub Universe will also kick off a rebroadcast with live hosts at 9:30 a.m. India Standard Time. So if you're in the Asia Pacific region, be sure to check that out. Enjoy the rest of your evening, day, or morning. I'll see you back here tomorrow at 1:15 p.m. Pacific. A special thank you to the team that helped put this show together, and I'll see you tomorrow.